few moments later.
Where's he at? Yeah, he's... Wait, do I need, Shit. I don't know if Fortnite needs to be closed for me to download that or not. I think I do, because it's like a totally different program on Epic Games Store. I really want to try it out though, dude. OG Fortnite, bro. Blue pump, blue revolver. 10 minis. Okay, but it's not in here yet. Okay, so confirm that. Open Epic Games. I gotta get dressed. I gotta go.
Dad.
What's up, buddy?
What you doing?
Grabbing this Unreal editor for Fortnite so I can try to make some cool things.
Oh, good. Wait, you can personalize your own thing?
Yeah. Look, see?
So you can make peepees in the game.
Aiden, you see that dope ass dragon?
Oh, you can make like that's cool.
That's trippy, bro. Alright, so is it
Yeah, guess
downloading?
what?
What?
I cleaned my room spotless. I did my bed. Now I did
It's called 30 Bomb, bro. It's a pretty cool mode. Infinite builds. It's real fun.
my house.
Jedi, engage with caution.
Oh no. Oh, you got that motherfucker.
I'm the same age that you and Isadora Morganach were when you started at Hogwarts.
You've paid attention, and might I presume you share our ability?
To see traces of ancient magic? Yes, sir, I do.
As you have likely realized by now, our ability gives us a unique relationship with all forms of magic. We can access expressions of magic that few others can. Opportunities will arise that allow you to sharpen this rare talent. Do not squander them.
I won't, Professor. Thank you.
We have much to discuss. But first, a map found in a certain book led you here. Place the book on the pedestal.
I don't have the book with me, sir.
That is unfortunate. I'm afraid we must pause our conversation until you return with the book.
Very well. I'll retrieve the book right away.
Good. We shall speak again once the book is in place.
Revelio.
Yo, what's up, bro? Yeah. Creative 2.0. I want to get it going because I want to see if I can do what I wanted to do. What is this popping up? Oh, this wanted me to command prompt. No, I don't want to do all that, dude. Okay. Bro, I'm gonna have to like give myself a crash course on this, dude. Oh my god, there's so much shit to do. Oh, I don't want to save this. What the hell am I doing? Dun, dun, Bro, it's gonna take me a lot of shit. Don't save. Whew. Yeah, but what I want to do is simple. Okay, so I want to take my game mode I got, 30 bomb, right? And make it to where if you get 30 kills, it drops a meteor on the map. And the game ends. Right? So all I got to do is design a meteor and then code it to happen, I guess. So that way when people are playing my game mode, you know what I mean? If somebody happens to get that 30 kills, it triggers a cool cutscene where everybody can see it. And everybody who didn't get 30 kills dies to it. So it's going to be tricky, but that is what my goal is with that. And they can do it. Look at that dragon they made. You know what I mean? So I'm going to have to do something similar to that and learn how to code. So this will be a good way to get me started on coding because I want to make my own game anyways. So this will allow me to get started. I want to mess with it. I'm just waiting on a phone call right now from my dealership so I can go pick up my car and then pick up my wife. So I will be leaving here like any minute, dude. So I'm probably just going to put on YouTube and let it run in the background, or just let it run because I gotta go. I don't have time to actually get into that. I'm gonna get into that tonight. I might like have a drink, bro, and actually get into that tonight. No. We want this right here. How are some of these doing? Oh, they blowing up just a little bit. Let's go. 420. Let's get it. Let's get it. And no comments, eh? No comments, eh? Nobody wants to comment on me. Couple new subs. Let's go. Trying to get that all important watch time up, bro. I need that at 4,000 hours. We're getting up there though. When I started, I was at like 200 hours. So these public watch hours are coming, or 10 million shorts views, which is quite a lot of shorts views. Considering I only have analytics views, lifetime 2.7 million. I have 14,000 watch hours, but none of that counts towards the actual watch hours I need. And all that came within the last year. It is possible, bro. 100%. You can do basically. I'm creating my own experience in Fortnite, right? So what the Unreal Editor allows you to do is like any other editor, you're creating a game. But Fortnite is using their creative template, you know what I mean? So people are already kind of familiar with what they're doing, to transfer over to the Unreal Editor, okay? Because if you get Unreal Engine, okay, and go into Unreal Engine, this shit is hard, bro. When you actually load it up, you know what I mean? It's hard to figure out what you're actually doing. So, them making it accessible through Fortnite is going to make it a lot easier to edit games, bro. So you're going to be able to create whole games within Fortnite that are not Fortnite. What's some achievements that are on this game that I haven't got? I haven't got. I wonder what those 8 hidden achievements are. Guess we'll find out later.
I found the pages and the map chamber. Why would I need the book?
Off on another adventure, are we?
I'm back at Hogwarts. I wonder when Professor Fig will be back. I did promise him I wouldn't neglect my studies while he was away. Suppose I have enough to distract myself with till he returns with the book.
Revelio.
You need to learn Depulso, the banishing charm. Useful for pushing objects or adversaries away. Complete the required tasks and meet me in my classroom.
Revelio.
go. RPG No Hope just subscribe. Thanks for the subscribe, bro. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it, dog. He's probably not even here. Probably subscribed off my shorts, but it's okay. Ah, bro. I just want to go get my car, bro. So I bought a new car finally, right? Because our car decided to take a dump after 2 months after the warranty ran out. Which, you know, it's fantastic that they make warranties that car runs out like immediately after the warranty. It's a little sus, bro. But anywho, yeah, so we bought a new car, and as soon as we buy it, bro, there's already issues with it, because it's not a new car, obviously. It's a used car, but still a really nice car, nicest car we've ever got. BMW X5. But, like, I don't know. The dealership said that it should be done here any minute, bro. That's what I'm waiting on. Yo, what's up, Aaron? How you doing, bro? Just telling people I'm just waiting on my car to get finished, bro, and I'm gonna dip. I gotta dip and go get my wife, and then I'll be on for the night. I'm gonna be doing a lot of that Unreal Editor tonight, trying to make my game mode pristine. Have a dope game mode called 30 Bomb, bro. I'm gonna make it to where if you get 30 kills, right, you trigger the meteor from season 3.
Ready for a little change in fashion,
Crash into the map, bro.
Plenty to choose
Blow it
from
up.
here, so take your time.
And then you get kills for whoever else is in the match, you know what I mean? So say you W key real hard and you get 30 kills and there's like 10 people left or whatever. Well, shit. You're about to get 10 extra kills when you hit that meteor. It's going to take me a little while, bro. A couple days. I've never actually coded anything like that. So I'm going to have to learn how to code all kinds of shit. It's going to be fun, though. I might have a drink to celebrate it. Play with it tonight. Yeah. COD Nuke, basically, bro. Yeah. But it's in an infinite build game mode, bro, called 30 Bomb. So, like, they've made 0 builds, right? They've made regular builds. I've just not seen anybody do infinite builds. And which is something I'm, like, really looking forward to. Because, basically, I always die without mats, bro. If I got mats, I'm not dying. So, I just created a new game mode. It's live and out now. It's the game mode right there, that 4271. I just want to add, now that the Unreal Editor's live, I want to add the meteor to it.
Stop by whenever you're about.
Plus, I figured that'd be pretty cool. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why they don't have that feature in Fortnite yet. They've stolen other things from other games, like the reboot vans from fucking Apex Legends. You know what I mean?
You won't be disappointed.
So why not make a nuke possible in Fortnite, bro? It's so hard to get a 30 bomb as it is. Like, I've never gotten a 30 bomb. Came close. I had 27 kills, but it'd be dope, bro. You get 30 kills, you deserve to win the game. It's for those pros out there, bro. The pros will go ahead and get it right away.
I suspect you have a sharp eye for fashion. Be sure to stop by when.
But I think it'd be fun, dude. I think it'd be a dope game mode. So I just gotta code it tonight. And judging by that Unreal Editor, I'm gonna be able to code a dope looking meteor, because I already seen a meteor in like the trailer for Unreal Editor, so I should be able to find out how to make that pretty easy. And the cool thing is it'll be kind of easier to hit the map, because by the time somebody gets 30 kills, you're going to be pretty deep into a match, you know what I mean? So the zone will be pretty small, so a fucking meteor coming down. Could you imagine being in like 5th zone, bro, and just a meteor comes down and blows you up? Ooh, and maybe add a feature to where like when they get 25 kills... Okay, buddy. Yeah, allegedly. You're fucking funny, dude. Or add it like when you get to 25 kills, bro. Have a thing pop up and you become marked on the map. You know what I mean? As like a king. Yeah, I do, bro. I'm sorry. I'm just waiting on my. I'm waiting on the dealership to call me back so I can go get my car. I got a brand new car. Got fucked up right away. There's something wrong with the engine, so I had to take it in. I have to go get my wife. As soon as I'm done with that, I'll be on for the night. We'll be doing some editing on that Unreal Editor. for Fortnite, bro. I'm gonna add a meteor. Basically, you're gonna be able to nuke the map, like in COD. You got to get 30 kills though. It's gonna be kind of hard. You guys can actually play the game mode now. I don't know how many crown wins I got, bro. I got like between 5 and 10. I don't know. Definitely over 5. I don't know if I've cracked 10 yet. I might have. There's a like the other day when I was actually playing, a couple days ago, I got like 7 wins out of 10 matches. So I should have a good chunk, bro. Like I said, we're just waiting for my car, bro. Bro, I don't know if you're better than Leon, bro. Leon's the GOAT, bro. Until you stick around the live stream for a long time, bro, you can't say you're better than somebody K-Riptide. But you guys can always play that game mode because you queue up together with other people. Just play it on one server, bro. 4271. It's called 30 Bomb, bro. Official game mode released by Epic. Yo, what's up, bro? How you guys doing? Yeah, I'm chilling, bro. Chilling. I gotta go get my car soon, so I'm gonna just wait. We'll be doing some Unreal Editor, bro, here in a little bit, man. I already got it downloaded and ready to go. So it's gonna be dope. We're just watching a old live stream of mine, me playing Hogwarts, and then I gotta go get my car. I'll be gone for like an hour. I gotta go drive and get my wife, and then I'll be back.
When it comes to potions,
and I'll be editing some of those editing that. Bro, I want to get that meteor. That meteor's gonna look so cool when it crashes in the map. So dope. I'm like so excited for that. I've been waiting for this for a minute.
Thank you.
It is, bro. I'm having fun with it. It's better than last season. Last season, the hammers got a little annoying. It's still kind of annoying when they run away with a sword.
Decision. Thank you.
You know what I mean? And it's a little harder to track them because the hammers, at least you could hear. But what's up, bro? How you doing? Arya. Array? I don't know, bro. We're gonna say Array. I like Arya though. Arya because it's Game of Thrones. You know what I mean? I got a beanie on because it's kind of chilly outside, so I'm gonna be dipping soon. Like I said, to go get my car. I gotta walk like 2 blocks or something. I live like right by the dealership. What 3v1, bro? The funny one or the one with the combat shotgun? Because the funny one cracked me up, bro. I ain't gonna lie. They were set on getting that reboot off. And then the guy had so much time to land and go get guns. There was a shotgun in front of him, and he instead crouches behind the like AC unit, bro. Made no sense. He could have got that shotgun. It took me so long to get to where he's at.
Well, for now.
Grinders in Mega. I don't know what you know. I don't know what you mean by grinders in Mega. Oh, like the rails and shit. Yeah, that's dope. I like that a lot because it makes it fun, bro. I love Mega. I drop Mega every game. Like last season, I dropped Anvil every game, bro. This season, I dropped Mega every game. This game could have been so much better, bro. Hogwarts, if they would have just added multiplayer and added Quidditch. That's it. I just wanted to play Quidditch, bro. And don't make it a 5th year. And I figured being a 5th year, you'd go for 3 years to school. No, you get 1 year at Hogwarts, bro. Like, it's not even an RPG, bro. But with how much this game sold, they're going to have to make a part 2. And part 2 should have Quidditch and should have multiplayer. And fuck the story, bro. I don't even need a story. Let us make up the story as we go to school. I really like Hogwarts, bro. I'm a huge Harry Potter fan. Jutsu Crossing. Yeah. I like that whole new section of the map, bro. That whole section of the map is dope. I ain't gonna lie, bro. A melee only. I gotta see if I can do that, bro, in the Unreal Editor. So you just get the sword, the hammer, the shield, and the hawk?
Mr. Clopton, your attention,
Maybe, you know what I mean, as like a melee game mode?
Everyone, please welcome
I would say bows for distance, but bows are like...
The goal of today,
bows are way too overpowered, bro.
on a broomstick,
So if you were to try to do a melee only mode, the bow, you could fuck some shit up with a bow.
means of transportation.
I mean, I guess you can
This
have the
I
bow in there
fear
for distance,
some of you
but
have
I feel like
forgotten.
close range people who use the
Diving,
bow
rolling,
would
and
destroy
loop
everybody
the
else, because
loop
that
will
sword
not
and the
be taught
hammer
or in
gets
fact
you stuck in those
tolerated this
animations.
class. We'll leave that to professional Quidditch players, like the Toyohashi
What other
trainee.
melee weapon have they had?
Not a fan, I take it?
Oh,
Now,
like some of the
let's
mythics from
see
back
how
in the
well
wet
everyone
day,
kept up with their
like
practice over
the
summer
Wolverine
holidays.
claws,
For
the
those who need a
lightsabers.
refresher, step up to
Shit,
your
maybe just a
room.
full
Say
melee
up
Royale, bro.
firmly and clearly.
Yeah, there
Then
was a
kick your
shield,
leg
bro, that
over
won
and
the
rest
shield
your
from
weight
last
on
season.
seat.
You pick it up and like you hold it and it stops gunfire, and then you can throw it down and plant it.
Thank you. Now, your turn. Up, you
Oh,
stupid
my wife's
little
calling me. Hold on.
screwdriver. Up. One leg over, so there's a leg on each side. None of that side saddle nonsense. A gust of wind will throw you right off. And if you hear my whistle while you're in flight, ground yourself at once. Good. Now, for your first lesson, fly through each ring in the courtyard. Do take care.
This'll
The
take some
brooms
getting
are
used to.
school property. I want them
This is
returned in
brilliant.
one piece. Well done. Now that you're acclimatized to your broom, let's see how well you manage with a more advanced exercise, shall we? This next set of rings will take you around the grounds for more of a challenge.
What have you?
Hello. Nice day for a flight.
That wasn't too bad.
Ah, the old boathouse. Wish you could have experienced.
Yeah,
cooking
Hogwarts
Vegas
was
firsthand.
it had some really bad performance issues when it first came out. You noticed it more like if you're out in the world playing, the game was fine. It's whenever you went into a fucking cutscene, the game went from like perfect frames to like below 20. You seen it in that last cutscene. It was bad, bro. What's up, Snazzy Bagel? How you doing, dog? But other than that, that's one of the things that made why I haven't revisited Hogwarts. I'm waiting a while before they when they announce the DLC, I'll go back and play another playthrough. But I don't know. It just I thought there was gonna be a lot more there.
Good, I've got this.
Yeah, there's games I won because they hammer in the zone because they didn't know what they were doing, bro. You look, I got some funny clips from last season where kids did that all the time. Always called it 0-0 IQ, bro.
Say, I watched you fly through those rings. You seem to handle yourself on that dusty school broom well enough. I'd imagine you're ready for something a bit more challenging.
Always called it 0
But I'm
IQ,
getting
bro,
ahead of
because those kids
myself.
are just...
We haven't properly
You have them
met.
boxed up, you know what I mean? I would box them up,
Clopton.
piece them up, bro, and then they would just hammer away, and it would send them right in the zone, and they would hammer again, right in the zone, and then die. It was like, why not just let me clip you, bro? I could have got a
Can't
dope
say
clip.
no
I
to
could have
that.
no-scoped you,
What
or
did
you
you
could have
have
been
in
on
mind?
YouTube,
A
we could have
bit
been
of a
famous
detour,
together, but
so
no.
to speak.
No.
Follow me.
That's me. I hated that
About to
hammer, bro.
begin.
It's not that I was bad at using it. I could rotate with it and shit like that easy enough, but
Lovely as ever. Let's hope the
yeah, I just
headmaster
didn't like
isn't
using
having
it, bro.
tea by the window today.
I do have Discord, bro.
Nice to get
Should be able to find the
rabbit
Discord
hole,
on the Should be able to find Discord in the banner on my channel. No, I don't know. I haven't been on there in a minute, bro. I'm probably gonna make a new Discord. Last time I went to Discord,
How is Everett flying so quickly?
people were posting some inappropriate shit, so I don't even turn it on anymore, bro. But yeah, you can find my Discord. Tell you what, Hogwarts was really fun with all the
You sure you're not part hippogriff?
the fluidity of jumping on and off the broom was dope. You can cruise right up to some people, hop off, whoop their ass, and hop right back on it.
The magic holding it up. I mean, look at it. And the owlery. That's a bit of solid architecture.
Yeah, but can you imagine if the hammer hit 150, bro?
This is quite the tour, Everett.
You'd get hit once, bro, get sent flying back, and if he was quick enough to pull out that AR, bro, you're two tapped to death. You know what I mean? Like,
That's Kagawa's whistle. This concludes our tour.
I think 75 is a good damage marker. What's up, Elijah? Because I'm going to be leaving soon. The car's going to be done, and I got to go get mommy. Yeah. Yeah. Love you, buddy.
Dismount here.
Ooh, let's go. Another sub.
And where have you two been?
Oh, hello, Professor. We were trying to get a bit of extra practice in.
Hefty points will be
I don't know if
taken
we put
from
the
each
Infinity
of you
Blade in
for
that
not
game mode,
following
dude. The
my
Infinity Blade is
instructions.
broken. How quickly you can swing
Mr.
it.
Clopton, I'm disappointed in
Definitely
you.
lightsabers,
You're in this
though.
class
Or
because
just
you're
transfer.
old,
Maybe we
because
can
you're
create a
still
new
not showing
lightsaber,
yourself or
right?
fronting
It's not
your
even a
room the
lightsaber.
proper
It's
respect.
just a sword.
But, Professor...
Enough. Class is finished for the day.
Like, yeah, that is terrible, bro.
Ollivander always says the one.
I don't know that game. I don't know if it still does. I'm sure they've released some updates for it.
No, someone in his family knew about it. The Gaunts are full of secrets. I've never heard anyone else speak
Let's
of it.
go.
I've certainly never seen anyone else here. Again, mention this to no one, especially Ominous. He has no love lost for his family or their secrets. But this place is special.
I think I could design a sword pretty easy. That you could just take the lightsaber and switch it to a sword. You know what I mean?
He has no love lost for them is an understatement.
Glad you understand. Anyway, the Undercroft has been a perfect place to sneak off to.
And
Away
maybe
from
only
prying
do
eyes,
the do you guys
and
remember the
even
stupid
practice otherwise forbidden
broken
spells.
bow?
Really?
It wasn't even like
Like
primal
what?
or mechanical
Like the
yet.
blasting
It was a
curse.
makeshift bow.
Professors say it's not an appropriate
I think
spell
that's the
to
bow
teach
you would put in,
students.
bro, because that bow fucking sucked. So bad. So
A
bad.
proper magical education ought to include all magic.
My thoughts exactly. A spell like Confringo is only truly dangerous in untrained hands.
But what would the
Such
kill
spells
streaks
should
be?
properly taught, not banned. To be fair, I'm admittedly partial to more
Would it be
fiery
weapons?
forms of magic. But
Or would
you
it be
should
like
learn it.
abilities
I can
or
teach it
something?
to you safely here.
Let's
It may
contemplate.
take
That's a
a
good
while to
idea.
get the
Actual
feel
kill
for it.
streaks. But like,
Mimic my wand movement.
what would it? Okay, you could do obviously
incantation
UAV,
is
right?
Confringo.
You just get a UAV around you. That's easy enough to do. So you could do a UAV. Okay. All right. So you got let's go off the old school COD. Okay. UAV,
You're getting it.
attack
Ready to
dogs,
actually try it out?
attack chopper. Right. So like the three brutes. Okay.
target,
That'd be
sir.
dope for like
Best to
the
keep the
in
other
one.
cop
You know what I mean?
intact.
Because that would fuck anybody that was
those
trying
kind
you were
of
trying to fight. You know what I mean?
Both have their
They would
uses.
not be able to focus on you, bro. Those
How's it
brutes would be
feel?
destroying everything.
It's a tad hot.
That's it.
I think
But I
you
feel
got
like
it.
people like
Well done.
yeah, weapons. That's what I'm thinking. So like weapons and
I
like
have to say,
abilities, like
I enjoyed that.
double
first time
jump
Ominous
or
and I
like a
practiced
little bit
Confringo,
faster.
We singed
You
our
know what I mean?
eyebrows.
Because people
I would
like
have loved to see
like the
that.
perks
I
in
swore we'd
COD
never live
and
it
the
down.
kill streaks
To
that
this
make them
day,
move quicker
there's something
and they're
about
less
that spell
detectable.
that's
You know what I mean?
addictive.
This is exactly the type of magic I've been
That's a good
hoping
idea,
to
bro.
learn.
We go
There's more where
contemplate
that
that
came
tonight.
from.
We're gonna work on that more
Been
tonight.
practicing similar spells here for ages.
Hunter
Bro,
missile.
I didn't tell Anne and Ominous
Nah,
about every one. Haven't been here in some time. It's not the same without Anne.
I'm sorry about your sister. if there's anything I can do.
Perhaps when I check the belt off, you could come along. Meet
His
Anne.
new girlfriend next. Wait,
She could use
who's
some
the
cheering up.
girlfriend? Oh man.
Just let me know when, and I'll meet you.
Oh, she misses Hogwarts. She's been stuck at home with our guardian, Uncle Solomon.
Kill streaks, bro. That's a good
Unfortunately,
one.
you'll have to meet him too. Well, meeting a new student will be
I
precisely
mean, you could
what
do
she
the
needs.
hunter missile,
I shall
bro.
look forward to it.
Cheers. By the way, what
Yeah.
was it you couldn't discuss?
I
out
got.
in the
I'm waiting
hall
for the
earlier?
phone call to go,
I'm
princess.
not sure where to start.
You said something was missing from what you found in the
Yeah, I
library.
gotta go get the car.
Might it have something to do with Victor?
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a soda.
He didn't mistake you for someone else at all in Hogsmeade, did he?
Nothing gets past you. I'll tell you what I can. Rookwood and Ranrock are trying to recover something they think I took from a vault in Gringotts.
Gringotts? When were you there?
Professor Fig and I wound up there after the dragon attack. There was this port key.
A port key? To Gringotts?
Well, it's all a bit convoluted.
I'm listening.
You must promise to keep this between us.
I trusted you with knowledge of the secret Undercroft. You can trust me.
All right. I can see traces of ancient magic.
Ancient magic? I don't know what I was expecting you to say, but it wasn't that. What does that even mean?
Honestly, I'm not entirely certain. All I know is that I can see whispers of an old magic that hardly anyone else can. Fig and I think that Ranrock has somehow found a way to harness that magic's power.
Are you telling me that goblins may be wielding some sort of wizard magic?
That's what we're trying to find out.
And this ability of yours, does it allow you to wield this magic too?
I don't know.
Well, when you do know, tell me. I've been studying archaic forms of magic for ages. Perhaps we can help each other. In the meantime, with both Rookwood and Ranrock after you, I suspect a bit more time practicing the blasting curse is in order. Spend as much time here as you'd like. And remember, keep this place between us. When I head to Feldcroft, I'll send you an owl.
Revelio.
Hello, Sebastian. Wait. You there? I can hear you.
Oh, hello, Ominous. I was just heading to our common room.
I've recognized that voice. You're the new 5th year. Did you just come from the Undercroft? How did you get in there?
That room's called the Undercroft. Ah, well, I was exploring and suddenly found myself in a strange passageway.
Don't lie to me. No one stumbles upon that room. Sebastian told you, didn't he?
Oh, did I miss that you're 6 feet tall at 13, dog? You better start dunking.
Not even your precious Professor Fig will be able to help you. My father
Better practice it, bro. Hit them tippy toe exercises.
That connection if I need to.
Okay, you gotta do,
Trust me, Ominous.
I swear I feel like this works, watch.
And Sebastian is a good friend. You shouldn't immediately assume the worst of him.
I don't need you to tell me about my oldest friend. Thank you very much.
So just go up and down on your tippy toes a bunch, right? And then do a couple of jumps like that, bro. And I guarantee you'll get the height needed to start bamming it, bro.
Sebastian's going to get an earful about this.
This ain't nothing better than dunking, bro. I'm height challenged. I'm only like 5'9", bro. So my skills are all acrobatic layups and fadeaway threes. For 10 and a half. I feel you, dog. That was me. Oh, bro. But yeah, I'll do those, bro. Just keep going up and down on your tippy toes until your fucking legs start to hurt, and do a bunch of those jumps where you try to jump as high as you can without like really moving your body too much, just moving your legs up, like you seen me do. And I'm pretty sure that helps you dunk, bro. I don't remember where I seen that. Some training video or something back in the day. I don't know. That's like average, bro. I met a lot of people shorter than me, and I've met a lot of people taller than me. So, and if I didn't start smoking and drinking at a young age because I was a really bad juvenile, I would be a lot taller. My dad and my brother and my sister are all 6 feet. I'm the shortest but oldest. It's a little bullshit, bro. But I take after my grandpa. My grandpa's short too, bro. We're short and stocky. Some boxers. Yeah, I ain't grown no more, bro. I'm grown. Nothing. Love you, buddy. Thank you. I gotta leave here soon, bro. I want to play the game, but I don't want to, like... Even though I've been sitting here 20 minutes, I feel like I guarantee as soon as I start up a game, bro, I'm gonna get that phone call. She said before the 4:35, dude. It's getting close. Alright, so the secret to that is, okay, this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you just do the math, you know what I mean? You have 2, the picture and a number, and then you got to find the missing picture and put it on each side. And if it doesn't go, you just got to put them on the opposite side. Yeah, it's pretty easy. Just met a taller person than you. Just kidding. Than me or AA run? Bro, I want this, there's like no games I'm really looking forward to, bro. Oh, this one right here. Watch this game I'm actually looking forward to. You guys should get it, bro. Because it's online with teams of up to 4. So it'll be me and my wife. Oh, no, not there. Me and my wife and then 2 random people from the stream. You know what I mean? It's like a... Watch here. Let's just watch the video. Pretty dope.
Load up.
Cultists.
Yeah, I'm on West Coast, bro. It's almost 4:20 for me. I'm in Colorado.
You can admit you're jealous.
See, so it's like a 4-person PvE.
Creepy.
Open world, like it's like a full town where you're going against vampires and other creepy stuff. And you can load up, get loot, play through it. It seems like a fun game, dude. And it's made by a reputable company, so it should be a banger, bro. It's 23. Oh, sweet Spain. No, guess just did low again. Oh, what country are you from? Okay, based off the name, let's do this. Jozic with that little line above it, right? I'm gonna go Eastern Europe somewhere. But you live in like UK? But that seems like a not a Polish name, bro, but like a Slavic name for sure. With that ZIC. Jozic. Yeah, see, so like Poland. I took the walk. East or West Germany? Or no, east or west of Germany. It's I feel like it's up? You? What? I feel like it's east of it, bro. I feel like he's going east of Germany. Just judging off the last name. That's all I'm going off of. The Leon makes me lean more like he was living in UK. Yeah, so Estonia or Lithuania. No, Serbia's more down from there. Bro, I don't know. I'm looking at my Eastern European geography, bro. It's been a while.
company of parasites with a thirst for immortality. Bit by bit, the town was swallowed up. Missing people, dead bodies, cults.
They will come for you in the night and leave you empty.
And just when it seemed like things couldn't get any worse, things went bloody dark. Cultists call them gods. Unimaginably powerful.
Bro, I was gonna say that
vampires ruling
Herzegovina.
over Redfall.
That's dope, dude.
The Hollow Man, bloody.
Oh no, that's you saying.
Whisper,
I'm guessing Herzegovina.
The Black Sun. Gods created by science. But
see, so not only in this town are you going against vampires, but you're going against cultists. There's a lot of like creepy shit you gotta discover and like investigate.
The only way to find out is to delve into the darkness.
Turkey? No, not Turkey. Turkey is right by there.
Time to take back Redfall.
Let's find out. Hold on. In Croatia. See, that's what I was thinking, bro. Something Eastern Europe. That's dope, bro. You're you watch soccer or what? Or football? But yeah, but in my defense, bro, Serbia's right here and here's Turkey. I'm just saying it's one country over. Okay, so like that's why I said Turkey. Well, it is. Well, it's Asia and Europe. It's the gateway to Europe or to Asia. That's why right here, Constantinople was the gateway between East and West. So this part's considered Europe. This part's considered Asia, which is crazy because I didn't know Georgia was over here. I knew Armenia was. I didn't know Georgia was. Yeah, you like that's dope, bro. They're what is it, Modric, I think. I feel like I'm saying his name wrong, bro. Luka Modric. No, I'm saying his name right. Yeah, homeboy's dope, bro. Croatia. Yeah, bro, that's kind of creepy, dude. That's got to be fake, though. What other game? That's the only game I'm really waiting on, bro. So if anybody wants to get that, bro, I'll be looking for 2 other people to play that with all the time. Every day that me and my wife play it. See, it's from Arcane Studios. They're responsible for a lot of dope games, bro. Yeah, Luka Modric. Story-driven shooter, bro.
If I have to be stuck on an island full of vampires, I'm glad it's with y'all.
Apparently it's a group of people. Oh, for the Serbian dancing lady? Or what are you talking about? I'm thinking the Serbian dancing lady, bro. That's what I think he's talking about. It's full upgrading and shit, customizing loadout.
Some
like,
kind
it's gonna
of
be dope.
collective consciousness.
And there's the FIFA, bro. Yeah, see, dancing lady. Bro. Isn't World of Warships free anyways, bro? could have been playing this whole time, bro. Okay, it's on another platform. I got it. I got it.
Professor Weasley?
I always like war games, bro. Specifically, not when they make up a war game, because then it gets too like fake. You know what I mean? And like theatrical. But like the last real COD campaign that I liked was World War II. Just because any game that puts you in like fighting the Nazis, bro. I don't know. Something just different about going back to it, bro. World War II it just hit different.
Forgive me, the headmaster stopped me and Merlin's beard. I see you've wasted no time. Well done. Shall we?
After you, Professor.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
What is this place?
Nice little pop off, bro.
This is the womb of requirement. It only appears when one is in real need of it. Ordinarily, a student might stumble upon this room entirely by accident. If ever. I'd only planned to suggest to you how to find it by walking past that bit of wall, focusing on what you need. But you've managed to reveal the room on your own. While I'm here, we should take advantage of the moment. Now, where is Deke? He must have sneaked past and gone ahead.
Deke, Professor?
The house elf I was speaking to in my classroom your first day. Thought he might help you use the room once you found it.
It's not genetics, bro. It's just
chance I'm clambering over this mess.
Every person's different. You know what I mean? Every mind is different. You got a mind that is eager for knowledge. You know what I mean? I was the same way.
The vanishing spell.
That's why when I was younger, even though I was like a bad kid and like into gangbanging and shit like that, I'd be the only one that would sit and smoke a joint and watch History Channel. And this is History Channel before all the reality shows, when it was just like World War II documentaries and like modern marvels and like how they make stuff. It wasn't really like the ancient aliens and stuff like that it is now. Like, because now I guess that brag doesn't really mean as much as it used to. When I was in high school, History Channel was just black and white documentaries on World War II, Vietnam, the Korean War, like the World War I. And all that shit interests me, bro. Eager, nah, it's not ready. You're just you're ready, but you're excitedly ready. You know what I mean? That's what eager is. You can't wait almost.
Let's move on.
Revelio.
Yeah, National Geographic's probably a better channel now. They have different channels out there that are pretty good. I find myself watching this dude on YouTube. Watcher, I'll show you guys him real quick. He tends to have a lot of videos that are dope, and I find his like slight British accent relaxing, I guess. I don't know. So like decoding the unknown, right? He'll take shit that like people try to fall for, you know what I mean? Like America's Most Haunted House, you know what I mean? The JFK assassination, Hollow Earth theory, and he'll give you the actual facts, you know what I mean, and break stuff down for you. And it's dope. And he literally has like a whole multiverse of channels, bro, where it does basically the same thing, but just different genres. You know what I mean? Like this Into the Shadows one touches like some disturbing content, bro. I ain't gonna lie, dude. Pretty dope though. You know what I mean? Like Palmero, the city built by the mafia, it teaches you how like a whole town was rebuilt by the mafia after the war. How many people were assassinated and shit. It's pretty cool. He got a lot of channels, bro. The homie has like top 10s is what he was like famous for or whatever. But yeah, he bro, his videos are great, dude. Especially when he touches like really good places, like I'm trying to think of like an ancient place. I don't know, Egypt, fucking different cities and shit. What, princess? What did you get on your tablet? Okay, hold on. Yeah, I had to do something for my daughter. Right. But yeah, those ones are pretty dope, bro. Oh, here, like, this is a good channel I just started. The Science of Science Fiction, bro. So this, like, explores shit, um, that, like, you'll see in science fiction. You know what I mean? Like, will we ever have a warp drive? I'm pretty sure you had one, like, all right, how close are we to making a Dyson sphere? Which a Dyson sphere is where you send a bunch of robots around the sun, you know what I mean, to harness his energy. And they say, like, a tier 1 civilization should be able to do that, which is actually kind of scary because if you look at I read a report, right, of this they're like studying this section of the space, right, where stars are disappearing like one by one, and it's either A, there's like a roaming black hole, which is a scary enough theory by itself, or that shit is actually evidence of a tier 1 civilization millions of light years away harvesting the power of their suns or the stars around them, you know what I mean? Which is fucking crazy to think about, that there's actually proof that there's a civilization out there like that, because it's either roaming black hole is slowly taking these stars out and that's why they're going out, or shit, it's a Dyson sphere, bro. Some civilizations figuring out how to do it. Pretty dope. I want to just get back to my channel, bro, because I gotta leave soon to go get my car, bro. These people are slacking on me. You know what a Dyson sphere is? Yeah, I see. Kyle Hill? Yeah, I think that's this dude, right? Yeah, but I just don't think I liked his style of video, bro. Yeah. Just wasn't a fan of his style of video, bro. But motherfucking look like Fabio right there. It's funny shit. There's another guy my fucking my page always tries to get me to watch, bro. Let's see if he'll pop up real quick and I can show you. Fire movie, bro. Let's go. See, like this one right here, bro. This is a fire episode. Schizophrenia, the horrifying mental illness. And delves deep into it. Pretty dope. Or was 9/11 an inside job, bro? And that doesn't give you like the bullshit like conspiracy theories, bro. That breaks down into facts. And if there's something strange, you know what I mean? He'll address it, bro. Because he's very, very skeptical. That's what I like. I don't like YouTubers who are like almost trying to lean into what they're talking about. I wanna come at it from like a skeptical point of view. I can't actually find the dude. I don't know. He's some dude who sits there and like tells stories, bro. But it's like more him talking and a face of him than it is like, I don't know, actual shit. I guess I don't know. I just don't like him either. I can't find him. I always see him on TikTok too, bro. Dude's got a bunch of like millions of subscribers. Yeah, BMW X5, bro. I'm pumped about it. It is dope. Beige. Get some rims with it, bro. And for sports content, I really like this channel, bro. This shit, he shits on sports in a very, very satisfying way. Very, very satisfying. It's like my only NFL content anymore. And I mean, even the Simon Whistler channels, they're not necessarily visual learning, you know what I mean? But like I said, I find the British accent so much more like calming. I don't know why. That's just totally a personal thing, bro. I get it. Some people don't like it, you know what I mean? But like, I low-key love the British accent. What's up, Elisha? That guy's funny as fuck too, dude. But I always watch him on TikTok. I don't, Elijah. Yeah, the dark origins of the Black Death, bro. Did you guys know the Black Death is actually caused by the first biological weapon attack in history? Probably not even the first, bro. Just the first documented. Mongol horde was invading some city, bro, or like trying to besiege some city, and they got hit with a disease outside of it. So they started launching their dead bodies into the city that were infected. And then all those people fled the city and went right to Italy. Yeah, fuck. I don't actually see that dude I'm trying to think about, bro. I clicked on like one of his videos one time, bro, to see like how it would go, and he was like super just talky, bro. And I haven't clicked on any since then, so I think that For You has probably taken it away from me. Bam, it's going on up. You don't have TikTok? Yeah, don't smoke. You guys are the generation that'll end it, okay? I am not vaping, though. This is not a vape. This is, yeah, moving on. Moving on. Just know that there's a reason why at 4:20 in every video, you'll see a pop-up to one of my live streams, okay? Fuck, dude, I don't know what to do, bro. I wish I could play. I wish I could edit with that, man. I'm waiting for this phone call, man. This is, like, already stretching into an hour. I could have, like, been working on something. Shame, bro. Shame. What did that say? Tornado in Montbello? What? All right, didn't know tornadoes could hit California. Learn something new every day, okay? Question mark. Yeah. It's not a vape, bro. Moving on. I don't vape, bro. Vaping is very bad for you. Like, low-key smoking a cigarette is better for you than vaping. With that being said, that is not vape. That is something called wax.
Of Moonstone. We shall discuss its uses later.
Why does it always go like 360? I swear this new internet I got is shit.
Revelio. Where in Merlin's name is that elf? Is that my old school bag? I wonder.
Oh shit, dude.
Can't believe it's still here. Revelio.
I want to play the game, bro. But these people just call me, bro. Fuck it, I'm just gonna head up there, bro. They said like 4:35.
Yes, Professor.
Let me call real quick. Hold on.
Can't you keep it down? Some of us are trying to rest.
All right, guys, keep it real. I'll be back. Okay, I gotta go pick up the car, pick up my wife, go figure out what we're doing for dinner, and then we'll edit. We'll edit that some stuff. Think of some more ideas, bro, for kill streaks or anything else like that, because kill streaks are dope, dude. We might add that, because that'll make the race to 30 kills a little bit easier to get that meteor. You know what I mean? So, and think of some other things, bro. I'll be back.
Revelio. Levioso. Accio.
Hope this isn't as precarious as it looks.
An intruder! Stop them! No, not... that's not helpful, you worthless pile of tin!
Revelio. Revelio. Revelio.
How How does anyone other than a house elf manage to get around in here? What was that? Was that a golden snitch?
Perhaps you should summon your wits and find out.
Leviosa. Lumos. Accio. Revelio. Revelio. I hope that house elf can find us in here. Yikes! Careful!
Huh? Oh, there you are. Wait right there. Deke will come to you. Hello.
Ah, Deke, we've been looking for you.
Apologies, Professor Weasley. Deke was looking through some of what's appeared in the room since Deke was last here. Is this the student?
Indeed it is.
Deke is honored to meet you.
Deke has been a friend since I was a second year. We discovered this room together. I mentioned you to Deke. We believe that you might be able to benefit from this room like I did. Deke, would you be so kind?
Of course, Professor Weasley. The Room of Requirement will always be equipped for the Seeker's needs. It's unplottable, so won't appear on any map. Most happen upon it by accident, if ever. Deke's seen students in need of an extra file for potions stumble upon the room filled with them. You seem to have accessed it in its form as the Room of Hidden Things.
I was thinking about needing a place away from prying eyes. Brilliant.
Oh, that explains it then.
What I need specifically is a place where I can catch up on my schoolwork without distraction.
Well then, the room can provide you with precisely that. Now, it's time to focus on what you need. Just close your eyes. Imagine the room precisely as you need it. The room will do the rest.
You've given yourself quite a canvas to work with. I look forward to seeing what you do with the space. Ah, and it seems the room has provided you with a desk of description. Excellent. It can identify unfamiliar items of clothing. One should always understand the effects of anything in which one is clothed. You'll find plenty of items of clothing that need to be identified. The desk will be an invaluable resource.
I imagine the desk of description will come in handy.
It will. I hope you'll take advantage of it. Now, I'll give you a brief lesson in conjuring. The room might not provide everything you need on its own.
Conjuring?
Yes, the magic of creating or conjuring objects. I'll teach you. Very good. When conjuring more complex objects, you'll need what's called a spellcraft. Spellcrafts are like recipes. They list the ingredients or resources needed to conjure a particular object. You should have acquired some for a potion station and potting table from tomes and scrolls in Hogsmeade.
I did. Where can I find the resources I need?
While resources such as moonstone can be obtained throughout the Highlands, it's much safer and easier to purchase them. They can also be collected by vanishing objects in the room, such as the chairs you vanished earlier. In fact, you should have enough resources for now.
I see. Can I regain resources by vanishing something I've already conjured?
You can indeed. Quite perceptive. Why don't you give it a try? Go ahead and conjure the potion station and potting table. You should find both familiar, since they'll resemble the ones you've already used to study magical plants and brew potions in class. Well done. You can use these whenever you need to brew potions or grow plants. Presuming, of course, you've collected any seeds or potion ingredients you need in Hogsmeade or outside the castle grounds. Deke will be here to answer any questions you may have. Do not underestimate his insights.
Can I use this type of transfiguration magic outside of the room?
Conjuring and vanishing are strictly forbidden elsewhere in the castle. We've charms in place to enforce that. It would be exhausting to reverse the errors in both judgment and magic. But the Room of Requirement has its own rules.
Can you tell me a bit more about Deke?
He's been at Hogwarts longer than I have, and seems to know its every nook, cranny, and secret. We discovered this room together when I was a student. Deke has had a good deal of experience, both here at Hogwarts and at a previous post. I shall let Deke tell you more when he's ready, but again, you would be wise to listen to any suggestions he may have.
I will be sure to speak with Deke if I need anything. Thank you.
Good luck. I shall linger a bit longer in case you'd like to learn another transfiguration spell for use in the room.
I'm ready for the next lesson, Professor.
Very well. First, you'll need to gather some moonstone. You can acquire it by vanishing items here in the Room of Requirement, or you can gather it carefully outside of the Hogwarts grounds. Return to me once you've gathered enough, and we shall begin the lesson.
I have the moonstone you requested, Professor.
Good. Then we may begin your lesson. You can conjure more than potions and herbology tables. Conjuration can be used to decorate this space to your liking. Why don't you try it on the walls and floor?
I would like to teach you Wingardium Leviosa. It can be used to levitate objects for a short time. Once you've completed a few prerequisite tasks, do see me after class.
Deke hasn't seen this many plants here before. You should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
Good work. Shall we move on?
I've conjured everything I can. What's next, Professor?
I think you're ready to take on alteration. The altering spell will allow you to customize any conjured item. You can change the colors, patterns, and styles of your furniture to suit your taste. Let's get started, shall we? Watch closely as I demonstrate how to perform the altering spell. Just aim your wand at any conjured item and perform the altering. To customize it. It warms my heart to see your interest in herbology, dare I say. Blossom.
Deke cannot believe how many beasts you have here.
I have some questions about alteration, Professor.
Yes?
Thank you, Professor. I have no more questions.
I'll be here if you need anything else.
Deke thinks you should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
You've been practicing.
Deke hasn't seen this many plants here before. Deke cannot believe how many beasts you have here.
Nicely done. Now you're ready for something a little more advanced. You can use the altering spell directly on the room's architecture. Try these new designs on the floor or balcony. Try aiming at the floor or at that balcony.
Deke thinks you should be proud of all.
Your space might benefit from a bit of ambiance, don't you think? Deke, would you mind?
Of course, Professor Weasley. Professor Weasley showed Deke this bit of magic some years ago. Deke thinks you'll enjoy it. Come and talk to Deke when you're ready. cannot believe how many beasts you have here.
Tego!
Deke thinks you should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
Professor Weasley said I should ask you about changing the room's ambiance.
Of course. What sort of overall look most appeals to you?
I'd like the room to feel mysterious and eerie, as if I'm in the Forbidden Forest, surrounded by shadows.
Oh, sounds perfect.
Quite a difference. Of course, you needn't keep this style if you don't like it. You can always ask Deke to change it back. Now you have learnt a good bit about alteration.
Thank you, Professor. The room is full of possibilities.
Indeed. No matter how much time I spend here, the room always manages to surprise me. An even bigger space.
How did that happen?
The room equips itself to your needs. It must have sensed that you needed more space to practice spellcasting. If you'd like to customize the space further, you can use these spellcrafts. You'll find more of them both inside and outside the school.
Thank you, Professor. I shall keep an eye out.
Good. I'll leave you to it. This is your space now. Use it wisely.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
I had plenty of opportunity to pursue anything.
Ah,
Revelio.
Wonderful.
Hello, Mr. Weeks, is it?
Albie Weeks at your service. Welcome to Spintwitches. Apologies if you came by before and weren't able to come in. Shop's been closed since trade routes were disrupted. Had to travel as far as London to meet with my supplier. And I've only just returned, thankfully with inventory. I presume you're in the market for a new broom? Got a few rare U-weavers available. Ember Dash, Silver Arrows. Wind Wisps too. No matter what broom you choose, you'll be pleased. They're all exceptional, both in quality and performance.
You said disrupted trade routes caused you to close Spintwitches.
Terrible it's been. Trade routes reported as unusable. Evidently criminals were overtaking roads, threatening hamlets. I can fly safely almost anywhere, but you try flying with an inventory of brooms on your back. No easy feat. Right then, back to work. If a particular broom takes your fancy, just let me know.
Do you mind sharing more about your brooms?
I have a passion for them. Every detail of every model. Take Wind Wisps, well known for their quality ash handles. U-weavers are rare because some fear flying them, likely to do with the U-1's darker reputation. Then you add the Ember Dash, known for its handsome appearance. Working with brooms every day makes me practically giddy. It's one of many reasons I cherish running this shop.
Sounds quite the array of brooms. I'll have a look around, thank you.
What are we looking for today? That item is of the highest quality. That item is of the highest quality. You'll be thrilled with that broom, I promise you. Thanks for stopping by. Whilst nearly any broom will certainly be a step up from the practice brooms in Kagawa's class, they all have their limitations. You seem to be a flyer who might be interested in, say, some enhancements?
Go on.
Ha! Knew I was right about you. I think you'll be quite happy with the performance of any broom at lower altitudes. But you may notice that speed consistency tends to falter as you rise. I believe I can remedy this issue. I have some ideas for enchantments, upgrades, if you will, that will improve the performance of any broom you fly. What I need is someone to conduct a broom flight and report back to me so I can perfect the upgrades. As it happens, another Hogwarts student, Imelda Reyes, is using abandoned broom courses for time trials. Clever girl. An ideal situation for collecting flight statistics. If you were to compete for the best time and succeed, then report back to me with how your broom behaved, I could complete work on my first upgrade. What say?
That sounds intriguing. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you. It'll be worth your while. If I'm right, the new upgrade ought to enhance brooms in every regard. And I can give you a special price. The time trial should be a bit of fun too. Go to the Quidditch pitch and Imelda Reyes will sort you out. Once you've beaten Imelda's time, be sure to let me know.
You'll not cast
Can't help but admire Mr. Weeks' enthusiasm.
Come on in. Healing potions are a specialty here, should you need any. What can I do for you today? I hope to see you again. Farewell for now.
Hello, Mr. Pippin. You need help with a delivery?
Yes, I do. A capable student such as yourself should have no trouble making the trip to Cambridge. It's just south of Hogwarts.
What do you need delivered?
Fatima Lawang ordered a few invisibility potions. I used to go myself, but lately Fatima has taken to turning every visit into an argument. Constantly complaining about the quality of my stock. But how can I maintain excellence when she orders so often, giving me no time to brew? If you take this rather irritating
Hello, my name is Matthew Wadstein, and welcome to the course for your first hour in UEFN. We're going to take a look at UEFN from a high-level view and touch upon a lot of the different parts and what makes UEFN unique over just Fortnite Creative. We're going to look at the different parts of the editor, including starting your own project, how to work with content, both included as well as your own custom content, and then play testing that content inside of Fortnite. Then we're going to briefly look at some of the custom UEFN systems available to you, such as creating your own landscapes or your own models, using materials to decorate those models and landscapes, using the Niagara effects system to create your own particle effects, adding in custom lighting and post-processing effects to alter the look of your experience, and then using Sequencer to animate items, such as turning on and off different effects or creating your own animation for your characters. UEFN is designed to create your experiences for Fortnite. That means every experience you create is published to the platform, and it lets you reach that built-in audience of millions. Let's go ahead and get started by looking at the editor, which is the UE part of UEFN. After we've launched UEFN and we've gotten to the project browser, we can go ahead and start working with creating a project or bringing in a project from Creative and looking at the editor. As we can see here in my projects, I have no custom created UEFN projects. I have some islands in here. Each of these islands, we can see in the top right corner, have an icon. That icon indicates it's a creative island. And if we wanted to, we could choose one of our islands, for example, my tropical island copy, and we could create a version of it for use in UEFN. You could choose the project location, browse to where you want to put it at, and then rename it. You'll also notice there's an error here. Project names cannot contain characters such as, well, that's a blank or a space. So if I wanted to, I'd have to rename this. And now I could convert this into a UEFN island. In addition to opening up your existing projects, we can go into Island Templates. And here we have some pre-built island templates. You'll find the majority of the pre-built islands in Creative, as well as an empty level, and a simple and a blank map to get started with. Lastly, on the left, we have feature examples. This is where you will find some example templates that you can open up and use for learning purposes. These will be updated as time goes on, and we will be looking at some of these in a later module. In addition, if we go back to the My Projects, we have a drop-down, and this drop-down will let you change between the different teams you may be a part of, so you can see the projects that are part of those teams. So let's go ahead and get started with one of the island templates. So we'll go to the island templates. I'm going to create blank, so that way we have something basic to start with. I'm going to go ahead and create it in my folder. Let's go ahead and name this your first hour. I'm going to go ahead and click create. After a little bit, it's going to go ahead and create our first hour project. Now you might be wondering to yourself, hey, mine doesn't look exactly like that. Why? Well, this is a good first lesson. As you're working with the editor, you have the ability to move windows, drag windows, close windows. And if you ever get stuck or lost, we can go up to Window, Load Layout, and then you have the option for the default editor layout. Once I chose that, we'll now be reset to the default editor layout, and we can continue from here. We're going to take a brief look at the different windows available to us. Starting at the top, we have our menus. We have our normal File, Edit, and Window menu, which you might find in most pieces of software. File is particularly useful because this is where we can open up levels, save levels, as well as create a new project. Also, if you didn't create a new project using one of your existing islands, you can go to New Level from Island. It'll show you the islands that you have available, and this will create a new level or a map inside of your project, rather than creating a whole new project with that island. Under Edit, we have our normal editing options, as well as our preferences. Window gives us access to our different windows. This is useful if you've closed one on accident and you want to reopen it. Tools are some common tools that we're going to use, such as your project size and if you had revision control turned on. The verse menu is where we can explore our verse code, as well as build it and open it in Visual Studio Code. Our build menu helps us build some of the items we may need to in our project. The select menu is a quick and easy way to select items, not only by, for example, all, but maybe you want just the lights or stacked meshes. And lastly, we have our help menu, which is a useful way to get access to the documentation, as well as any other help available to you. Below this, we have our toolbar. We have a quick shortcut for saving the current level. The selection mode, it allows us to choose the different modes available to us, such as landscape, modeling, and animation. The project dropdown, this is where we can manage some project-specific things, as well as our team information. The create menu shortcut, this is where we can easily create actors and put them into our level, such as lights or basic shapes, as well as get access to the Fab Marketplace. This is our verse button. Clicking on this will open the current project in Visual Studio Code. Launch session is our button to quickly launch into our current playtest session. Next to it are 3 dots where we have quick options. On the far right, we have our Teams menu if we're connected to a session, as well as our Settings menu where we can change some common settings. One of the important ones is our scalability. If you are using this on a machine that maybe doesn't have enough power for your project, you can adjust it to a lower quality inside of the editor to make it perform better. Below this, we have our viewport. This is our view into the world. Standard navigation inside the viewport uses normal first-person controls. We can hold down the right mouse button and move our mouse, and it will now rotate our view in a stationary point. Holding down the left mouse button and moving will allow us to go in and out like we are walking. If we hold down the right mouse button and we use our WASD keys, we can move forward, backwards, left, and right. Holding down the right mouse button and using the Q and E key will move you up and down. Those are the basic controls for movement. If you happen to select an item inside of our world, let's say our player spawn pad here, it will give us a widget or a gizmo that allows us to move it in the world by default. By clicking on any one of our arrows, we can drag when we hold down the mouse button in that direction. There's also multiple ways by clicking on multiple arrows at the same time. By using the viewport toolbar, we have a quick access menu on the top left where we can turn on and off things like frames per second and different interactive modes. The next one changes the way we are looking at our current view. By default, it's perspective. But we have our different orthographic views such as top, bottom, left, and right. For example, this is our right view. I'm going to go back to perspective mode. Next to this is the type of view mode. By default, it's lit, but we have options such as unlit, wireframe, and other different detail modes. Next to this, you have the ability to turn on and off different widgets inside of our viewport, such as I don't want to see decals. I can enable or disable them. Maybe the atmosphere is causing a current issue and I need to debug something. Next to this is our time of day preview. It's a slider where we can drag back and forth to change the current time of the day from 0 to 24. That is only enabled if you're using the Fortnite time of day setup, which I'll show you how to change later. To right of this, we have our project size preview. We'll have to cook this first in order to actually view any information. Our quick shortcuts for selecting objects, translating objects, rotating objects, and scaling them. You can also see at the end they all had hotkeys, Q, W, E, and R. For example, I have my item currently selected, and it's in the translate mode. If I wanted to rotate it, I can change to rotate mode, and using the widgets, I can now rotate that object. Next to this, we have the local or world space translation. If something is angled a certain way, this will allow it to change between the local and world space. Next to this is surface snapping. Are we going to snap to surfaces and how far away? Next to this is our grid snapping. By default, if I go back into movement mode and I move this item, it's going to move smoothly. If I was to turn on snapping, now it's going to snap in 32 units. Or if I was to adjust this, it would snap even bigger. Next to this is the snapping for rotation. I currently have it off, and you can see we can smoothly rotate. Turn it on, I can now snap our rotation to 90 degrees or any other value you like. Next to this is our scaling snapping, enabling it or disabling it, as well as the option for the snap amount. Next to this is how fast our camera will move. We can see this is the speed of my camera at 4. If I change this down to 1, our camera will now move much slower. If you have the right mouse button down and you're moving, you can scroll in and out with your mouse, and it will change the speed relative to that value you have. Right now I'm at the max speed I can move for 1. If I was to adjust this to say something like 4, you'll see I'm moving much faster, but I can use the scroll wheel to scroll down and I will now be slower. And lastly, we have our different viewport modes. Clicking on this will change us into 4 viewport mode, and we now have 4 distinctively different viewports we can adjust the settings on. Maybe I want this one to be unlit and I still want it to be perspective mode. This one could be, for example, left, and it could be in lighting mode. And you can change them as you need to. You can click that button again to go back. In the top left, you do have options for more layouts. In the top right, we have our outliner. Our outliner tells us all of the items that are inside of our world. So, for example, we can see I have 3 grid planes, an island settings, 2 spawn pads, some world data layer information, as well as a level bounce item. And if I was to add something new, for example, our create menu and adding a point light, dragging, dropping it in, we can now see we have a point light. All the information for the items in our outliner are in our details panel below it. This is where we change things such as the light color and intensity on our light, or in the case of our player spawn pads, maybe which team it's going to be on. The world settings, if we go to Window, World Settings, can adjust the individual settings for the map we're currently on. The most important one in here is going to be whether we're using the time of day system. If we were to disable the time of day manager, you now see we have a blank map and we no longer have the ability to change our time of day. And our last item is our content browser, which we actually can't see. If we click on content drawer in the bottom left, it's going to pop up. This is going to give us all of the assets inside of our project. For example, inside my first hour content folder, we can see our map and our game feature data. We also have access to the Fortnite folder, where we can have props, galleries, and devices that come with Fortnite for use in our islands, as well as an Epic folder, which gives us some default materials and textures we might want to use. There is a hotkey. It's Control Spacebar if we want to hide or bring back our content drawer, or we can choose to dock it in the layout, and now the content browser will show up. You'll notice as I click and drag on any of the borders, we could resize any of our items. We can also click, hold, and drag any of our panels and move them into different parts of our world. We can even dock them into our viewport and make new setups. And again, if you ever get lost, go ahead and go back and reset your layout. We're going to go ahead and continue from here, and we're going to look at content next. The content browser is your window or your panel.
Fatima Lawang ordered a few invisibility potions. I used to go myself, but lately Fatima has taken to turning every visit into an argument. Constantly complaining about the quality of my stock. But how can I maintain excellence when she orders so often, giving me no time to brew? If you take this rather irritating task off my hands, I'd happily allow you to claim the delivery fee from Fatima.
I'd be happy to help with the delivery.
You've no idea how grateful I am, truly. Here are the invisibility potions she requested. Hopefully she won't give you too much trouble. She's a talented potioneer in her own right. I dare say I wouldn't mind having a look at her potion recipes one day.
Wonder who lives here. Incendio. Confringo. Expelliarmus. Cursed fiends. Confringo. Incendio. Expelliarmus. Confringo. Expelliarmus. Incendio. Accio. Confringo. Incendio. Protego. Expelliarmus! Confringo! Incendio! Expelliarmus! Confringo! Expelliarmus! Confringo! Incendio! Confringo! Incendio! Accio! Confringo! Incendio! Confringo! Accio! Incendio! Confringo! Expelliarmus! Accio! Incendio! Accio! Incendio! Protego! Accio! Incendio! Accio! Incendio! Shame you're so foul. Incendio! Abandoned long ago, no doubt. Accio! Incendio! Confringo! Your poaching days are over. Revelio. Ha! Ha! Incendio! Incendio! Confringo! Accio! Incendio! Expelliarmus! Confringo! Incendio! Confringo! Incendio! Accio! Incendio! Revelio! Confringo! Incendio! Revelio! Incendio! Confringo! These rocks have seen better days. Incendio! Reparo! Revelio! Confringo! Eight legs is simply too many. Accio! Incendio! Confringo! Incendio!
Always on the I won't rest.
Dead.
Ranrock has fooled you all to your demise. Revelio. Incendio! Revelio. It's like a place right out of a storybook.
That Pippin should have been here by now.
Revelio.
Always late, that Pippin.
Madame Luong, I have a delivery from J. Pippin's potions.
Sent a child to do his work for him, did he? Always cutting corners and taking the easy way out. Did he have you brew them for him as well? Doesn't matter. You could probably do it better than he can anyway.
Here are the potions you requested.
You think it's so simple? I know Pippin is always trying to cheat his customers. Cutting corners to save some galleons for himself at the expense of quality. You'll not be getting a canut out of me until you prove the potion works. Drink it.
Seems simple enough. I'll do it.
I should think so.
It seems to have worked.
Well, I suppose that will do.
If the demand for potions is as high as you say, have you considered being easier to work with? Perhaps combining your recipes and skills?
Not a chance. That ne'er-do-well had his shop handed to him. The rest of us had to make our own way. I'll not give him the benefit of my hard work and gumption. If he fails on his own, so be it.
You mentioned that more and more customers are trying to stay out of sight. Why?
Well, I can't speak for all of them, but certainly my Ashwinder customers have their reasons. If I were you, I'd forget I heard that.
Very well. I shall let Mr. Pippin know I delivered the potions as requested.
You do that.
And what do you have for sale?
What are we looking for today? A fine choice. Exactly what I would have chosen. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it.
Revelio. Seems a pleasant enough little place. Revelio. Revelio. Hogsmeade, here I come.
Hello there. In the market for potions, are we?
I delivered the potions to Fatima Luang.
Very good. And did she cause you any trouble?
Nothing to worry about. I handled it.
Glad to hear it. And thank you again for your help.
Delivering those potions was a bit more work than I'd expected. I'd like an additional fee.
I suppose that's business for you. Very well, I shall increase your pay, but I'm not at all pleased about it.
By the way, I found this book of potion recipes in Cambridge. Might it be useful to you?
Is this Fatima's recipe book?
You should keep it. She doesn't deserve to have it.
I appreciate what you're saying, but you have much to learn about respecting the property of others. Some things are sacred amongst potioneers. I shall return it to her immediately. We have everything a young student might need when it comes to potions. Have a good look around. Very good. Never hurts to keep my stocks replenished. I hope to see you again. Farewell for now.
Revelio.
Off on another adventure, are we?
If it isn't Slytherin's newest broom talent.
Hello, Imelda. Albie Weeks sent me.
Did he now? Still tinkering with his broom upgrade, no doubt. I tried to help him once. He nitpicked my flying technique, and that was the end of that. The nerve. Why is he roping you into his broom testing silliness? You've barely started flying from what I know. Caught wind of you showing off in flying class with Clopton.
Seems someone's jealous of my skills on a broom.
Me? Slytherin Quidditch captain. Jealous of you? Everyone knows that class is only for beginners, troublemakers, and bumbling baboons. But for some reason, now people think you're competition. Ugh, I can't be having that.
Perhaps I am competition.
You can't be what passes for Slytherin these days. Pfft, ragged old hat's dropping its standards. Enough of this. Only one way to find out who's the better flyer. I hold one of the fastest times on this course. Let's see if you can beat it. Slytherin versus Slytherin.
Actually, why not? I can beat your record.
I'm so looking forward to seeing you lose.
like it. Did anyone else see that?
Ugh, that's not... You must have cheated, you... Ugh! Fine. You won. Ugh, don't think this is over. You can't determine skill from one single trial.
Surely my win means something.
You're not terrible, but you're still going to have to prove yourself if you want to earn my respect.
Challenge accepted, then.
Perhaps you have what it takes after all. We shall see. But don't get your hopes up. The next course near Irondale offers a much tougher challenge. You can try to prepare by racing this course again. Just check in at the podium, where the leaderboard is. You can check your time and start the race. We'll see next time if your win here was more than just a fluke. Whilst on an errand for Albie Weeks.
I never thought.
I suspect Mr. Weeks will be glad to hear how I fared. Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
Oh, you're back! With something to report, I hope?
Mr. Weeks, I was able to set a record on my broom.
Incredible! Miss Reyes must have been shocked. Tell me, how was the broom?
A little turbulent and is wanting for a bit of speed, but it fared well enough. I will say that it tended to drift a bit to the left on certain turns. Heard a slight swoosh when I dipped.
Oh, thank you. That's precisely what I needed to know. Drifted, eh? I shall get to work immediately. Even the naysayers will be forced to admit that my work's had potential all along.
I'm excited to hear more.
I have a very good feeling about this upgrade. I guarantee you'll be pleased. Expect to hear from me soon. How to address the issue of altitude as it relates to speed?
time I had a
Imagine
crucial
how
idea that I
inconvenient travel
don't
was
write
before I
down.
invented flu powder. How nice to see you, my young friend.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
Come on inside. Oh, watch yourself, though.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Whew. Sorry I'm in a bit of a tizzy. I was just scolding some of the plants for spitting and nipping. I suppose it's my own fault for putting more than 4 to a tray. By the way, Beatrice Green is the name, but you may address me as Madam Green. Welcome to Dogweed and Deathcap. Oh, mind you don't knock the mandrakes. Oh, if there wasn't the constant demand for antidotes, I wouldn't need to stock so many of the little dears. Except, of course, for curses. And, well, if you've been petrified, then obviously you've come to the right place. Mind you don't knock the mandrakes. Oh, if there's an uprooting, you'll be the next one to drop dead, and I'm in no mood for a clear-up.
Someone died here.
Aye. Fortunate, really, that it was just the one. Now then, how may I help you today?
I think I'll just have a look around for now.
Very well. Let me know if you see anything you like.
And what do you have for sale?
Well, what say we show you some of what's available? Oh, I'm always thrilled when a young one makes a wise purchase. I can tell you'll go far. Doors always open. You be sure to stop by soon.
Hogsmeade, here I come. Revelio.
Well, I will.
Final safety.
Quite enough of that.
Here. Incendio. Potato. Your blood's on Ranrock's hands. Revelio. 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 Accio.
Wonderful to see you again.
I've completed my assignments, Professor.
Pleased to hear it. Professor Weasley will be too. I'll be sure to let her know how well you're coming along.
Thank you, Professor.
Professor Hecat tells me she taught you Levioso, so you should be ready for a more advanced levitation charm. Wingardium Leviosa requires a bit of concentration and a nice, graceful wand movement. Let's see you try your hand at it. When executed correctly, you should be able to pick up boulders as though they were sprigs of sneezewort. Free to practice Wingardium Leviosa. You're a natural.
Professor Garlick, a moment of your time?
The plants are resting, so now's as good a time as any.
I was wondering, what made you want to teach herbology?
How lovely of you to ask. I've always had an affinity for greenery, so this situation is a bit of a dream come true. After graduation, I was thrilled to be asked to step in for my old herbology professor. He'd had a slight accident, you see.
Oh dear. A shame for him, but it worked out well for you.
Well, he never cared. Really cared for the plants, and they could sense it. Oh, you'd be surprised how perceptive a plant can be. At any rate, the trouble began one day when he cut into a wigan tree. Unfortunately for him, its leaves were hiding a bowtruckle. You may recall the marvelous creatures that resemble a twig. The little beast gouged the professor's eyes quite fiercely, but terrifying, I'd imagine. Likely for the professor, too.
And that's when you took over as the herbology professor?
Well, not quite. After 3 weeks at St. Mungo's, my predecessor regained a tiny bit of his eyesight. He insisted on returning to the greenhouse. Within a week, he claims by accident, kicked a Chinese chomping cabbage, so it was back to St. Mungo's for him.
Fair bit of bad luck there, I'd say.
Well, I felt awful for him, but I dare say I felt a bit more sympathy for the cabbage. Upon his discharge from the hospital, his indifference to plants had turned to utter disdain. He lost what little patience he had left with a particularly temperamental venomous tentacula and, well, his resulting leave of absence continues to this day.
I'm glad everything worked out as it did, and that you're the herbology professor now.
Very kind of you to say. I do love these gardens and helping my students grow. Lovely speaking with you. Have a wonderful day. Oh, and remember, be kind to your wigan trees.
the Sharp is so intimidating.
How are your assignments coming along?
I completed your assignments, Professor.
Good. You should be ready to learn Depulso. Let's see what you can do. Concentrate. Do not let your mind wander. You've got it now. If you'd like to practice,
Revelio.
should, perhaps best, not classmates about the halls. I suggest having a go at the enchanted books here. Well done. I'm glad to see that you seem staunchly determined to master your spellcasting. Still at it, I think. Excellent.
I'd like to ask you about changing the room's ambiance.
Of course. What sort of overall look most appeals to you?
Actually, perhaps another time.
I do wish I had a bigger crossbow.
Revelio.
I was hoping to see you.
You're back.
Finally. Minister Spavin talks more than he listens. Ranted on and on about rogue dragons. Wouldn't listen to a word about goblins. Speaking of which...
Listen, Professor. So much happened while you were away. I received a flurry of messages from Professor Black's house elf, Scrope.
Scrope sent you messages?
Yes, I thought it was odd too. He asked me to meet him and then told me to take the toad.
Why would you want to take toads?
To a cave under the lake. And that's where I found Richard Jackdaw's ghost.
Who on earth is Richard Jackdaw?
He was a student here long ago. Anyway, he told me about a secret cavern. I went there, and right next to Jackdaw's skeleton, I found the missing pages.
You found the pages?
I did. And because Jackdaw had followed the map they contained, when I found the pages, I found the location on the map. Believe it or not, it's a room below Hogwarts.
Why am I not surprised? Shall we?
I was hoping you'd say that. Oh, and we'll need to bring the book. The room is called the Map Chamber, by the way, and a portrait of Percival Rackham awaits us there.
Professor Rackham. I look forward to meeting him. How did this Jackdaw get the pages from the book?
Evidently, Peeves stole them, and Jackdaw stole them from him.
Oh, Peeves. To think it was beneath us all this time. This looks promising. map, there's Hogsmeade. And over here, the Forbidden Forest. And, of course, Hogwarts. It's magnificent. If only you were here to see this.
Hello, Professor Rackham. We've placed the book on the pedestal as you asked. And this is my mentor, Professor Fig.
How do you do, Professor Fig? And you, my young friend, see now why you needed to return with the book?
I do. I also see why you refer to this room as the map chamber.
That you have come this far tells me that you possess extraordinary magical ability, the potential and power of which will unlock should you prove yourself worthy. The location of each of 4 trials will, in time, appear on the map. Trials that will test you and give you access to invaluable knowledge. Trials that you must complete on your own. Do you recall the pensive memory you viewed in my vault in Gringotts?
You and your friend Charles spoke of the portkey, and of trials you'd created for one who sees traces of ancient magic.
Precisely. Charles is another of the Keepers, a designation we gave ourselves centuries ago, in light of the knowledge that we have been bound to keep hidden. Until, perhaps, now.
So, the passage from your ruins to Gringotts, everything in the vault, the restricted section, finding this room, none of these was a trial.
They were an important part of the journey, but they were not trials themselves. The fact that you have come this far, however, bodes well. The trials were designed to ensure that the power and knowledge we have kept secret for so long does not fall into the wrong hands. They will test your abilities, both innate and learned. But of equal importance, everything you witness as you complete the trials will inform what you choose to do with all that we share. You will need patience. The trials have much to teach you. It will take time.
I'm afraid we don't have the luxury of time.
We have waited this long, Professor Fig. Surely a few more.
Respectfully, sir, while I do not know the secret you keep, I do know that our young friend here has seen traces of a powerful dark magic being wielded by goblin kind. And we encountered an uncommonly powerful goblin wielding such magic as we prepared to leave your vault at Gringotts. We may already be too late.
This is grave news indeed. Young friend, do you trust Professor Fig?
I do.
Then, in the light of your considerable skill and all you have already accomplished, we shall begin. You will find the location of the first trial marked on the map below you. Whilst Professor Fig may assist you in locating the trials, they may be completed only by one with our ability.
Shall we have a look? I know that tower. It's not far. You may have seen it yourself.
It looks familiar. Perhaps your young friend is more well-traveled than you might think.
As your mentor, the least I can do is go ahead to make sure it is safe. Join me as soon as you can.
I'll find you at the tower as soon as I can.
Until then, be careful. And do not tell anyone where you're going.
How would you like to learn the knockback jinx flipendo? Once you've completed the necessary tasks, come and find me in the greenhouse.
Complete the tasks I've given you, and then meet me in my classroom to learn Defendo, the severing charm. It's typically used to cut an object, but can be a powerful weapon when needed.
It's time
time you learned Glacius, the freezing spell. It is an efficient way to cool down a heated situation. But first, I will need you to complete a few tasks. Once you've done that, come and see me.
Revelio.
Brilliant.
How did you get on with those tasks?
Madam Kogawa, I completed the list of tasks you assigned.
Wonderful. I trust you became more familiar with your broom through the process?
Yes, Professor.
That's good to hear. Keep it up, and perhaps one day you'll have a spot on the Quidditch team. If Black ever permits Quidditch again. Well, with those tasks out of the way, let us get started. Glacius. Pay attention to your wand work. Well done. That you practice your new spell. There you go. Get in room quickly.
Here. Incendio.
Glacius. I think you've learned this lesson. But do continue to practice as long as you like. Kinesthesia is a powerful learning tool.
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
Accio.
Pardon me, but were you saying something?
Oh, hello.
talking to myself. I'm Clementine, Willardsy, charmed. I was musing on the precious butterflies I see near the edge of the forest. Whenever I come near, they fly off into it. When I was at Hogwarts, we truly were forbidden from entering the forest. Told horrible stories about it, and I've had an irrationally intense fear of it ever since. It's silly, but I'm insatiably curious as to where the butterflies go in the forest. You couldn't possibly find out, could you?
You want me to follow the butterflies?
I do, yes, if you wouldn't mind.
Very well. If I have time, I shall see where they lead.
Oh, how kind! Students these days have so much more courage than I ever did. You can usually find me right around here. I hope to see you soon. Don't forget, the butterflies always seem to be on the fringes of the Forbidden Forest. Good luck!
Off on another adventure, are we?
Revelio. Huh? There they are. She wasn't making it up. Well, we've come this far. Miss Willardsy might get an answer about these butterflies.
Incendio! Here.
There they are. She wasn't making it up.
Revelio.
Well, we've come this far. Miss Willitsey might get an answer about these butterflies. Oh well, look what we have here. Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
Oh, please tell me you have an answer for me about the butterflies.
Hello, Miss Willitsey.
Well, what happened? Did you find them?
They led me into the forest and revealed a treasure.
Oh, how lovely! I'm glad you were rewarded for your efforts. Perhaps one day I'll be able to bring myself to go into the forest. For now, I'm happy simply knowing there's something so lovely to see, should I dare.
Welcome. Do let me know if I can be of any assistance at all. I hope to see you again. Farewell. What can I do for you today? A wise decision. Thank you. I hope to see you again. Farewell for now.
I believe you are ready to learn momentum, the slowing charm. It allows you to freeze objects or people in midair. Simply complete a few tasks and then come and see me.
I'm not sure how I'd fare in a little place like this.
we go.
It's like a place right out of a storybook.
That's it.
You let Laura
Damn you! Petrificus Totalis!
Look what you've done! You
Expelliarmus! Glacius!
My one! Who's there? Is that all brave? Where you go, coward?
Accio! Incendio!
Knew you were still hanging about.
I'm just warming up.
Incendio!
That's just the beginning.
Expulso!
Expelliarmus!
Stop that right now. Expulso!
Incendio!
Expulso! Death from above! Expulso! Hey, that's mine!
Accio! Incendio! Glacius!
Well, you're left in flashes of inspiration. Expulso! That's mine! Hard to pin down. It's your retreat, little saviour. Barely felt anything. What are your thoughts on?
Petrificus Totalis! Petrificus Totalis!
Let's get it over with, shall we?
So...
Serve your mistress!
Don't go down easy. Expulso!
Incendio!
Expulso! Incendio!
Petrificus Totalis!
Expulso!
Glacius!
Incendio! Incendio! Pacheco! Incendio!
Thought you had me there.
Glacius! Incendio! Revelio!
I don't trust Ranrock, I'll tell you that. He'll turn on us first chance he gets. That was a good haul. It's always a pleasant surprise.
I know, I'm not hearing things. What's this? A child wandered too far from home.
And no one to share in my victory.
Revelio!
Not the best place for an unaccompanied student.
Nuts P?
Hogsmeade, here
Did I say that right? You just let me know.
Hello there. In the market for potions, are we? What can I do for you today? Hear you found a bit of treasure in the forest. Was never one for adventure myself. I hope to see you again. Farewell. What can I do for you today? I hope to see you again. Farewell for now.
Wonder who lives here.
Oh, did you see that?
Revelio. Revelio. Incendio. Accio. Expelliarmus. Glacius. Incendio. Incendio. Revelio. Ha. Accio. Incendio. Expelliarmus. looks intriguing. Oh, here's a pleasant surprise.
I'd be terribly grateful if you could help me and my friend with a time-sensitive delivery.
You sound as if you could use some help.
Oh yes, I could. Eddie Thistlewood's the name. A dear friend of mine in Feldcroft is at his wit's end due to the relentless attacks on his hamlet by Ranrock and his loyalists. I sent 2 crates of Chinese chomping cabbages to help, but they've gone missing.
Good idea. Those cabbages are nothing to be trifled with.
My thoughts precisely. You see, I know plants, and I believe the goblins will be so irritated by the onslaught of ferocious vegetation, they'll simply leave Feldcroft alone. I wonder if you might track the 2 crates down and deliver their contents to my friend Bernard Indiai. I simply can't leave my shop at present.
Why would the goblins target Feldcroft?
My friend Bernard says they've been seen in the area for a while. He seems to think they're looking for something, but lately they've become more aggressive.
Very well, sir. I shall keep an eye out for 2 crates of Chinese chomping cabbages.
Oh, thank you. I shall let Bernard know he might be receiving those cabbages after all.
And what do you have for sale?
I'm convinced that Feldcroft will be much safer with Chinese chomping cabbages defending them.
Sounds like Feldcroft's in trouble. Perhaps I should try to help.
Thank you. I hope to see you again soon.
Not sure how I'd fare in a little place like this.
Revelio.
Welcome, welcome. Do have a look around.
Be strong, Alexandra. How nice to see you, my young friend.
Is everything all right?
If the Hamlet sent you here to talk to me about... I know what I have to do. It's not every day a girl has to put down her own troll. I should be allowed to work up to it.
What do you mean, your own troll?
I thought that's why you were here. I'm sorry. I suppose if you spend enough time with trolls, you forget your manners. I'm Alexandra. I didn't mean to be short with you. With Ranrock's lot seemingly everywhere, I thought the Hamlet could use a bit more security.
but my plan has gone awry. I apologized when he almost trampled half the hamlet yesterday. He just needs more time. But everyone wants him gone. They think it's mad, my training a troll. Impossible, even.
It certainly takes a lot of courage to try. I'll give you that.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I wish others felt the same. But I suppose I understand why everyone's been so concerned. What made me think I could train him? I should have learned from Barnabas the Barmy. But he's my troll and my problem. I'll be honest. I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of him. He's stronger than any troll I've ever encountered. I wish I knew someone else who could do it.
I'm not thrilled at the prospect, but I'll consider it.
Oh, no. I didn't mean to suggest that you should do it. In fact, you should avoid the area just southwest of here. At least until I work up the courage to do what needs to be done.
A troll on the loose near a hamlet. That could be devastating. I take it you're Alexandra's friend? 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 Glacius! I take it you're Alexandra's friend? I take it you're Alexandra's friend? I take it you're Alexandra's friend? I feel awful for Alexandra, but the hamlet needed to be saved from that troll. Revelio. Revelio.
I hope you avoided my troll.
It's done, Alexandra. I took care of him.
My troll? What? Oh, I don't know what to say. Thank you. I wish things could have turned out differently for him.
There wasn't much you could have done. He was beyond training. Tried to kill me the entire time.
Goodness. I'm glad you're all right. You're very brave. people in the hamlet had already crafted a moniker for whoever eventually defeated that troll. It was Troll something or other.
Slayer?
Yes, that was it. I suppose it's your title now. I need some time on my own, but truly, thank you for what you did.
The Troll Slayer has a nice ring to it.
Revelio.
It's like a place right out of a storybook.
Did you deliver the Chinese chomping cabbages to my friend Bernard yet?
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
Come on in. Healing potions are a speciality here, should you need any. A wise decision. Thank you.
Dick thinks you should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
What are you up to now?
Hello. Be with you in a bit. No one can say I don't keep a stacked shelf.
Places!
Seems a pleasant enough little place.
sure it'd be harder to kill him with
Incendio. Glacier.
It isn't, nor it Can't figure out why there's such a fuss over poaching. Enough dumb beasts.
Revelio.
It's been ages since I found poaching near Cragcroft. You can feed a beast, or it can feed you, if you get my meaning. Might I remind everyone that a wizard's sharpest tool is his mind? Perhaps best to shun that which leads it astray. They come after me.
Tempus Totalis. The beasts are safer now. Revelio. That crate of Chinese chomping cabbages is somewhere in this camp.
If I hear one more mention that plans have cost us spoils, plans what was agreed upon, so if plans weren't to your liking, I suggest you have a thorough examination of your own head. Your life ends here. Shame.
It's been ages since I've found anything worth poaching near Cragcroft. Your little son that saved Treadwell. Slip.
Give it back. That all you got? Well done, friend.
Could it be?
Hold still!
Help! Now where did it go?
Revelio. That's one crate in hand. I only need one more. Glacius! Expelliarm Incendio! Revelio!
I have a few favorite hunting spots.
Seems like a quiet night.
Now you've got tricky, you boy.
Think you're clever? Nothing except. Afraid to take a hit, are you? Too hard. You'll have to fight eventually. Admiral Drake. Marvelous strike. Who taught you that?
Hit Potato! Revelio.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
Greetings. Please, take your time looking about. You have a good head for business, haven't you? No one can say I don't keep a stacked shelf. Now, you let me know if there's anything else I can help you with. No one can say I don't keep a stacked...
Panel into working with content inside of your editor. I'm going to open up my content drawer from the bottom left and dock it to my layout. Now, right now we have one content browser. We could go up to Windows, bottom left, and dock it to my layout. To working with content inside of your editor. I'm going to open up my content drawer from the bottom left and dock it to my layout. Now, right now we have one content browser. We could go up to Window, Content Browser, and we could have up to 4 of them open at one time. I can open up Content Browser 3, for example, drag it and dock it at the top, and I can set it to show me something else that I need to keep separate and available at all times. Now, going into our content browser, we can see on the left we have a folder view. This is going to show us all the items that are inside of our project. We touched on the fact that we have our Your First Hour content folder here. This is where all of our content is going to go for the project. And then we have a Fortnite folder with Fortnite content and an Epic folder with Epic content. The Fortnite and Epic folders are protected. You cannot modify anything in there. You just use it for your own purposes. Now, earlier I showed you how we could go into the Create menu at the top, Light, and then drag an item into our world. And you'll notice it's trying to stick to the floor or any other items that we're trying to drag it on top of. In addition to our Create menu at the top, which is useful for quickly accessing things like maybe we want to create a cube to play with or any other basic items, we have our Fortnite folder in our content browser. We have access to some Fortnite devices, props, and other items that come with Fortnite Creative Mode. For example, I can go into our props folder. I could go into maybe our Cyber City. And now we have access to some of the props used in our Cyber City set. I could click, hold, and drag any of these items out and drop them into my world. Move them to where I want to let them be, let go of the mouse, and I've now added them into the world. And I can navigate around our world using our navigation controls and look at the item we've just put in. You could do this with any of the items inside of our content browser. For Fortnite specifically, we also have some galleries available to us. If we go into our galleries folder and I go into, say, building, we have a bunch of smaller folders in here which contain the parts that make up our galleries. But if we scroll down, we can actually see larger items that are our entire gallery. And if we wanted to, we could drag a gallery in and get the entire gallery set. Or in the case of like our clock tower, we could find our clock tower, go into our clock tower gallery folder, and now we have the individual parts if we wanted to pull them in. Now at this point, I want to go and get rid of some of the items that I don't need anymore. So I can select them in our viewport and use the delete key, or we can right click, go to edit, and choose delete. I'm going to clean up the rest of the items I don't need. In this case, I have multiple items, and if I wanted to, I could delete them all one at a time, or I could go into my outliner, and I could select multiple items using the Shift and the Control keys, or I can hold down the Control and the Alt key and make a box around the items I want to multi-select. Now in this case, I have the background selected, which I don't want to get rid of as well, so I can hold down Control and unselect those. I just have the buildings, and I can delete them. Now this item I want to keep, but it's way too big. And we've touched upon the controls we have at the top, which are selecting, translating, rotating, and scaling. So I can go to my scaling options. I can click in the middle where it's all yellow, and I can drag with my mouse while I have the left mouse button down, and I can scale. And I'll be scaling at that 0.25 scaling option, which we can see down here in the bottom right in our details panel. So that's how we could rescale items, or maybe I want it to be skinnier. In this case, I want the scaling snapping off. And maybe I'll just adjust the item so it looks something like this. And now it meets the needs for what I want for my project. One thing you might find when you're working with items from Fortnite is they snap a certain way. Inside of our world settings, window, world settings, you have the editor cell snapping. If I was to have this enabled like it is by default, and I drag in one of my floors, you'll notice no matter where I drop it, it snaps. It's going to try to snap and keep itself in the default cells. I can disable editor cell snapping, and now it's going to respect my normal snapping that I've set up inside the editor itself. I'm going to delete these items since we don't actually want them, and we'll look at our next thing, which is going to be our Fab Marketplace. I want to go and set up a little Wild West scene for playing around with. Let's see if we have anything in the marketplace. We can go back into our content folder, right-click in the background, and we can go to Fab Marketplace. Or we could go to the Create menu, Fab Marketplace. Or the Window menu, Fab Marketplace. Keep in mind this is currently in alpha, so things will change over time. But this is where we'll have access to both free and paid content. If I go back, I can find my Old West. I'm going to explore the Old West section. And let's say I want something like a wagon. I'm going to search for a wagon. And I found a wooden wagon that meets my needs. I could now click, hold the mouse, drag, and drop the wagon into my world. It's going to grab it, it's going to crate it and cook it for our project, and it's going to then show up inside of our project, which we can see here on the left once it's done. In addition, you can click on the item itself to open up its More Information panel. You can add it from here, or we can click on the three dots, and if this is one of the assets that is free or we own, we can actually add these source files, so that way we could then edit if we wanted to. We can see here, we now have that content downloaded from the Fab Marketplace, and we can see it's inside of our project. That stuff will be saved in our reference content folder, so if we wanted more, we can then drag and drop them out. So this is good for content that exists inside of the editor, both Fortnite content as well as Unreal Engine content and our Fab Marketplace content. But what if we now wanted to bring in items that we created? Well, let's look at importing that content. Let's go back into our main folder. I'm going to create a new folder by right-clicking and choosing New Folder. We'll call this one Meshes. And this is where I'm going to import my items that I created. I created some hay bales. So let's make another folder called hay. And inside of here, we're going to import our hay. Now we have a few different ways of doing this. If we have a folder open in our File Explorer, we can drag and drop those items directly into our folder. Now in this case, I have a few different sets of hay here, and then I have some textures that make up that hay. I'm going to grab my first hay, drag it and drop it. It's going to ask me, what am I importing? We're going to use the default settings. This is a normal stack mesh. We don't need to change anything special, and we'll go ahead and hit import. Once I brought my mesh in, we now have access to that stack mesh. I can double click on it in the content browser to open up my stack mesh editor. It doesn't look correct because we haven't actually assigned any materials or the textures or the way it looks, but we have our stack mesh. In addition, it also created two materials. These were the materials that were used when we created this item in an external program. Let's go ahead and bring in the rest of my hay bales. So I can right click and I can choose import. And inside my import folder now, I'll choose the rest of my hay bales by shift selecting them and hitting open. In this case, all of my hay bales, while they were different meshes, used all the same textures and materials. I'm going to tell it not to create the materials. We're just going to use the existing one, and we're going to import all. And we now have all of our different types of hay, 4 bales and 3 items on the ground. I can actually drag these in and drop them because they are stack meshes. And we can see that we have what looks like a puddle and what looks like a big fuzzy gray mess. Now that we have our meshes inside of here, we need the actual textures that we can use to set up our materials. So I'm going to use the add button at the top this time, go up to import. You'll see it's the same exact setup. I'll select multiple items again, all of my textures, and hit open. And you'll notice it didn't give me a pop-up box, but on the bottom right, it actually told me it was importing and gave me more information. Now, one thing to note at this point, all of these items that I've brought in have a little asterisk or star icon in the bottom left. That means it's unsaved. It's a good idea to remember to save often, just in case you have a problem. Let's go to Save All. It's going to ask us to save our items. And now our items no longer have that indicator. They are unsaved. Now, materials will be covered in more details in a later part of this course. So I'm going to off-screen quickly set up our materials for these hay. And with that, I've now set up our materials, and I can take this hay and start stacking them by dragging and dropping them into my world. And with a little bit of effort, we can have a nice little setup. Now, one thing to do also is, if I put some items into my world and I want to duplicate them easily, I can hold down the Alt key on my keyboard, and drag will then duplicate that item out. And now we have a nice hay stack. Now, there is another item I would like to bring in. It's inside of one of my other projects. Inside of Unreal Engine, I have this wheel prop that I want to pull into UEFN. I can select the item and find it inside of my content browser. And I'm going to go ahead and find this stack mesh water wheel. I can right click, Asset Actions, Migrate. And it's going to ask me where I want to migrate this to. And the nice thing is when it migrates, it brings everything in as it was working inside of the editor, which means we don't have to worry about setting up our materials. It's going to come in working. Now, one thing to keep in mind is it needs to go inside of the content folder inside of your project. Inside of my project here, for my first hour, I have a plugins folder. Inside the plugins folder, I have a project name folder, your first hour. Inside of here, I have a content folder. This is the folder you want to export into. We'll select it, it'll save it, it'll export it out, and now I don't need this project anymore. Going back inside of my UEFN Your First Hour project, we now have a new folder called Northwood. That was the folder structure set up for the project I just pulled my wheel out of. Inside of there, we have all the other items, including under our meshes, our water wheel. And just like any other stack mesh, I can drag in my water wheel and put it into my world. And after a little bit of setup, it's going to go ahead and, well, it works. All my materials work, all my settings work. I have a water wheel brought in from Unreal Engine into UEFN. Now, one thing to keep in mind is these are just stack meshes. There's no real way to interact with them or do anything inside of Fortnite itself. If you want to actually do something with them, we need to turn them into building props or building stack meshes. We could do that inside of our content browser by right-clicking, choosing Blueprint Class, choosing if you want it to be a prop or a stack mesh. In this case, we could do a prop. Props are interactive and standalone. I could name this whatever I'd like, using the F2 key to rename our asset. If I open up that building prop blueprint, we can find some basic settings inside of here. The important one being the stack mesh that we wanted. In this case, we can see it's the water wheel. We can also change all the different settings, such as how you interact with it. And it's important to note, once you are in creative mode inside of Fortnite, stack meshes can't be interacted with like other Fortnite props. You won't be able to use the device tool in order to pick them up and move them. That's why we need them to be props. Up until this point, we've been using the UE part of UEFN, but we haven't touched on the FN part. Let's go ahead and look at how we can playtest this project inside of Fortnite itself. So far, we've been looking at the UE part of UEFN and doing all of our work inside the editor. But let's take a look at the FN part and how we can test our project inside of Fortnite, as well as edit inside of Fortnite and have those changes synced up. One important item or device inside of your project is going to be your island settings. If we scroll down in our outliner, we can find the island settings. This is going to match the island settings inside of the creative experience. One will come by default inside of your project, but if you happen to lose it, you can go ahead and go into the Fortnite folder, devices, and you can look for settings. And if you do, you can find the island settings device, and you can drag and drop a new one in. You want to make sure you only have one though, so I'm going to delete the extra one. Now for actually playtesting, we need to launch a editor session. At the top, we can click the launch session button, and it's going to go ahead and launch it. But I'd recommend going into the options menu to the right so we can look at some of the options. Live edit allows us to edit live. Basically, Fortnite Creative and our UEFN session will be connected, and changes we make in one will be reflected in the other immediately. Not everything supports this. Some changes you may have to push in order for the client to update. But a lot of basic things like moving objects do work, and it's really cool, and we're going to look at it in a second. The other one is auto starting the game. I'd recommend disabling this for now, since we're going to launch into the editor for testing purposes. But if this is on, instead of launching into edit mode, it's going to launch into play mode, so you can immediately start play testing. Let's go ahead and hit launch session and see what happens. After a short amount of time, it's going to check your project. It's going to validate it and then upload it to the servers. At this point, at the top, it says session loading, and it is loading up our session on the server side. And there we go. Depending on the size of our project and how many extra items we used, in my case, I had extra stack meshes that I imported. They weren't Fortnite props. It may take a little while, but once it's done, we can now see we have a session connected on the servers for our UEFN project here. We can push any changes if we've made any. In this case, we haven't, so it's a green check mark. And then we can open the game view, which is going to connect us to our Fortnite client. I'm going to go ahead and click on that. And our game view is going to go ahead and open up in the background. We can see after a little bit, it's going to load us up into our edit session, and we will be inside of our map using the settings that we set up. If you've used Fortnite Creative, this should look familiar because, well, you're in a creative island instance. We can run around like we'd expect to. We can look at any of the Fortnite props. For example, here's my player spawn pads. We can see they're editable. We can also see all of our custom content. And we'll notice, since I didn't turn them into props, they just simply exist in our world. We can't really interact with them. We can't move them. They just exist. We can also see the two lights that I have inside of my world. And we can see back inside of the editor, we can see the two lights that we set up earlier. And we can see that they matched inside of our Fortnite play session. This is just like Fortnite Creative Mode. If we want, we can go and start our game to playtest or go into your My Island. You'll notice these settings inside of here match the device settings inside of our editor. Now let's look at the cool live editing features. One of the issues so far is I moved this player spawn pad up. If we were to go back and look at our Fortnite map, we can see, yep, it's indeed up. We can fix it inside of Fortnite Creative. So for example, I could pull up my phone, I could cut the device, I could move it down to a different location and paste it. And going back into UEFN, we can now see that item has moved. And if we were to do the same thing, I can move the item inside of UEFN. If I was to move it up, for example, but I wanted it on the surface below me, I can push the End key on my keyboard and snap it right down. Going back into Fortnite Creative Mode, we can see it's moved and it's now snapped onto the ground. We can also do the same thing inside of Fortnite Creative. For example, if I open up my inventory, I can grab the Ruined Outpost. I can then put it inside of my world, let's say right here. Going back into UEFN, we can now see the item is inside of UEFN, ready to edit. And the nice thing is I can use the quick iteration tools inside of UEFN and move things around. Maybe I don't like this one item in that spot. I want it moved back. And I don't like this bench here or this trash can. I don't like the light. I actually want to rotate this. So I'll rotate it and move it into a different spot. I can now go back into creative mode. And all those changes are made and updated instantly. So that's the power of live editing. You can also collaborate with other people on your team. So you can have multiple people in the same session editing together. I'm going to go ahead and just simply hit start game, so that way you can see it's actually working live for testing purposes. If we look in the background at the editor, we can see that it says end game, game in progress. It knows we are now inside of a game and we are doing something. Once we have a game in progress, we're no longer in edit mode and we can't make any changes live. They're not going to stick. They're not going to update between the Fortnite client and the UEFN client. We need to go ahead and end it. Either way, I'll end it, for example, in UEFN. You can see it says game is ending. Inside of UEFN, we have now ended. I can return back to the island, which will be edit mode. You can see in the background, it'll now say the session's connected, and we're back in edit mode. If you make a change that is not going to show up immediately, for example, if I go back into UEFN and I go into my marketplace, I'm going to grab another item out of my Wild West. Let's grab these candles and we'll drop them in next to our building. Once it's done cooking and adding this asset to our UEFN session, if we go back into Fortnite Creative, we'll notice it's not going to update. Because this is an additional asset that needs to be pushed to my client, we see a temporary placeholder, this little round sphere, and inside of UEFN itself, we have our push changes button that is going to say we have some changes that need to be made. In UEFN, we can see that it has push changes to refresh with this nice little box telling us, hey, there's some changes. And inside the editor, we need to push those changes. Once those changes are pushed, it'll go ahead and update the map in the Fortnite client, and then we'll now be back in sync. Once we're done inside of our Fortnite client, we can close it out. And back inside of UEFN, we can now see we no longer have a connected session. If we want to, we could launch session again and go right back into it. So far, we've been working in this nice flat blank map in order to learn the basics of the editor and working with content. Let's start looking at some of the different tools available to us. Next, we're going to look at the landscape mode. Up until this point, we've been using the blank map and adding things to it. Let's go ahead and look at our landscape mode. Let's go to File, New Level. We're going to create a new level to put our landscape in. Choose the empty level and create it. And here we are inside of our new blank map. The first thing I'm going to do is save my map. I can go up to File, Save Current Level, and I'm going to call this our level. It's a good thing to save new assets after you create them, so that way the engine knows about them and you don't have to worry about redoing that work. Let's take a look at our landscape mode. In the top left, we have our modes drop down. Currently it's on selection. Let's change this to landscape. And here we have all of the default settings. The important ones to keep note of is the material we'll be using, and then near the bottom is going to be the items that set up our size. All of this is covered in more detail in the documentation. For our purposes, let's just go ahead and hit create and use the default settings. Once our map has been created, I'm going to go ahead and look at it from a much higher perspective. We can see we have this nice big square map. Now we have a couple tools available to us. At the top, once we've created a landscape and we're in landscape mode, we have the manage options. This is where we could do things like create a new landscape or even remove pieces that we no longer need. Let's say this was too large. We can delete an edge, for example, and make our landscape smaller. Under sculpting, we have the ability to sculpt our map. By default, we have the sculpt tool. We can also see we have a few different options available to us. Control-click raises, Control-shift-click lowers. We can see my terrain is raising up where I'm clicking on it. And if I hold down the Shift key instead, I'll lower in that area. Maybe we want to go ahead and flatten it. We can use the Flatten tool, pick a piece of the ground where we want it to be flattened to that height, hold down the mouse, and now when I drag over the other areas, you'll see it flattens it to that height. Maybe I want to go ahead and raise up a little bit of hills. Then I'll use the Flatten tool to pick the top peak, make a little bit of a flat area like this. Now it's a little too flat. Maybe I could go into the erosion and erode the area around the edges, give it a little more smoother look. as I drag my mouse around. You can also adjust the types of brushes, how strong it is, and a lot of other options to get your sculpting exactly how you want it. The last section is our painting section. This is where we can choose our different landscape layers and then paint and change. For example, this one is some grassy texture. If we were to drag and paint, you can see we now have a little bit of that texture showing up, and it blends with our other textures. Maybe we want a little bit of dirt. You can, of course, go back in and you can change, for example, your brush size and its strength, make it a little bit less annoying. If you wanted to, you could always reset a layer or erase a layer. For example, I can right-click on this layer and clear it. Now I could hit play so we could check this out in the editor. However, I don't have a player start since this is a new blank map. So let's go back into our content browser, into Fortnite. Now I could drill down and find where it's at, or I could just type in player. I hit escape so it closed. We can look through here, and now we have our player spawner. Drag it in. My player will now spawn here. Because I'm in the editor, I want to drag this down, but I can't. I'm in the landscape mode still. Let's make sure we go back to the selection mode. Now I can select the items, and I won't mess with the landscape anymore. Use the N key to drag that to the ground. Now I have a basic setup with this map. Now I could hit play so we could check this out in the editor. However, we have a warning. This warning is telling us that the map that we are using right now, the newly created one that we've called our level, is not our default map. You can only have one default map that loads up when you load your project. Do we want to use this map? We'll hit yes. Or do we want to use the other map? We hit no. I want to make this our new default map, so I want to say yes, use this. In addition, that map actually isn't loaded up into our project, so that way it uploads it, and that information is then available to us. So we need to add it to the game feature data. We'll hit yes as well. When we tried to launch our level, it let us know that this was not our default level, and that it needed to add the map data. If you need to do this by hand, you can open up your game feature data object, and if we scroll down under experience, you'll see your default map. In this case, because we only set it temporarily, it's still your first hour, so I'll change it over to our level. And if you need any data from any other maps, you would use it under the map data section here. You'd add an element and then select the map that you want to load up additionally. As of now, you can only have one primary map. We don't have the ability to load up, for example, level 1 and level 2 in the same project. And now that we've launched into Fortnite, we can see we have our spawn pad working. We have our nice little eroded hill that we can jump up onto, and we have the rest of our map working with our new landscape. Additionally, maybe art isn't your strong point. You can always go into File, New Level, and there are a bunch of pre-made islands with landscapes set up for you that you can use for your project. With my landscape now set up, I want to add a few props to my level. However, there's no props inside of the content browser that I want that will meet my needs, and I don't have any pre-made anywhere. We can look at the modeling tools as a way to create our own basic props inside of the editor. We want to create a basic barrel to add into our island experience, but we don't have one available inside of the editor or outside. Let's use the modeling tools to create one. In our mode drop-down in the top left, let's change this to modeling. We now have access to a large amount of modeling tools on the left. Let's go up to the create option under shapes, and let's create a cylinder. We can drag it into our level, and we can now see we can create a cylinder. When I click in the editor, it's now going to ask us to finalize our settings. In our settings on the left, I want to make this 150 for our height. I like the radius of 50. And let's bump our radial slices all the way to the top so it's nice and round. And we can see we have a nice round barrel shape. We have a few other options available to us. All of these are covered in the documentation, but the main ones I care about are the material, which we currently have set to none since we have no material, and then where we want to put it. And we'll go ahead and put it into the meshes folder, but you can choose the folder icon next to it to change that. Let's hit accept, and now we've created our cylinder. And let's find our cylinder in our meshes folder. And when we go into our meshes folder, we can't see it because we still have player in our search bar. We'll go ahead and remove it, and now we can see our saved mesh. I'm going to go ahead and rename this to something more appropriate, like SM_barrel. And let's go ahead and make sure it's saved. Now, this doesn't really look too much like a barrel. We can't put anything inside of it. So let's use some of our other tools. We have our Poly Edit tool. When we click on it, we can go to Poly Group Edit. And now we need to select what we want to edit. In this case, I'm going to choose the top. If we scroll up in our list, we can see we have a few different options for our faces. I'm going to choose Inset. And this will ask me how much to inset it. I'll choose something that looks pretty good, and I'll click, and I'll hit Accept. And now I have what appears to be the outside of a barrel and a solid inside. This is good. Now let's work on the inside. Go back to our Poly Edit. Make sure we click on our item so we can actually edit it. Poly Group Edit option. And this time we're going to Extrude. We'll choose Extrude, but it asks us for a face. We want to extrude the inside. Choose Extrude again. And now we can see as I move my mouse up and down, it's extruding up and down. Well, this is good, but if I want it exact, we have a few options. One of them being the distance mode. I'll change this to fixed. I know I created my barrel 150 units high, so let's make this distance 130. But that's not quite what I want. It's in the wrong direction, so we'll make it negative 130. Now if we look inside of our barrel, we actually have what looks to be a barrel with an inside part that's empty. We'll hit Accept, and now if we were to go back into selection mode, we can select our barrel and move it around, and we have a barrel. We have a nice, simple, basic barrel. And in the end, we have a new stack mesh using our basic modeling tools that we can then work on. Now it looks very basic. It just has this checkerboard material on it. And if we click on it, we see we have a spot for a material, but we don't have a material for it. So let's look at creating a basic material to make our barrel look more barrel-like. Back inside our Fortnite session, we can see we have our 3 cylinders, but we need them to actually look a little bit better than just a grid. So how do we do that? What we need to do is we need to create a material and then apply it to our stack mesh. And looking at our stack meshes, we have a material slot. We need a material. In our meshes folder, let's go ahead and right click on the background and choose new material. Let's name this material underscore barrel. And we can double click to open it up. Now this is the basics of a material. We have some properties. It determines things like, is it meant for going on an item? We need a material. In our meshes folder, let's go ahead and right click on the background and choose new material. Let's name this material underscore barrel. And we can double click to open it up. Now this is the basics of a material. We have some properties. It determines things like, is it meant for going on an item? Is it meant for post-process volume? On the right-hand side, we have the output or the result of this node. Everything that goes into this determines what we can see. We can start off with the basics of just a color. I'm going to hold down the 3 key on my keyboard and click with my mouse button, and this will create a constant with 3 inputs, red, green, and blue. We can drag from the white, which is our red, green, and blue, and put it into base color. And if we double click on this black square, we now have a color picker. We can pick a color, maybe something like this pink. 3 key on my keyboard and click with my mouse button and node. Everything that goes into this and then up around and double click to open it up. Now this is the basics of a material. We have some properties. It determines things like, is it meant for going on an item? Is it meant for post-process volume? On the right-hand side, we have the output or the result of this node. Everything that goes into this determines what we can see. We can start off with the basics of just a color. I'm going to hold down the 3 key on my keyboard and click with my mouse button, and this will create a constant with 3 inputs, red, green, and blue. We can drag from the white, which is our red, green, and blue, and put it into base color. And if we double click on this black square, we now have a color picker. We can pick a color, maybe something like this pink, hit OK. And now we can see the output of our constant 3, or our color, is going into the input of the result, which is the output that we can actually see. We have quite a few properties available to us depending on the type of material we're using. In our defaults here, you can see we don't have opacity or opacity mask because they're grayed out, and it's because we have opaque. If we were to change this to translucent, we can now plug in opacity. I'm going to change this back to opaque for now. I'm now going to hold down the 1 key on my keyboard and left click, and we'll get a single value. And in case you're wondering, yes, you can use 2 and 4 to have a 2 and a 4 value. We'll plug this single value 0 into metallic, and now this is saying this is not metallic at all. If we were to change this to 1, now we're saying this item's completely metallic. And we can do the same thing with any of our other inputs. The documentation has more information on the exact properties, but what we care about is putting a texture or an image onto this material. I'm going to drag and select my nodes and delete them. I'm going to hold down the T key for texture and click, and I'll get a texture sample. I can drag from the RGB onto my base color, and now it's going to complain because I don't have anything inside of my texture sample. On the left-hand side under the details panel, we're going to find a texture we want to use. In my case, I want to use some log textures to make this a log barrel. I'm going to look for log, and we can see we have 3 of them. We're going to choose the D. D stands for diffuse, or the base color, or the color that we're going to use for this item. If we were to now save this material and let it compile, go back into our level, we can drag this directly onto the instances in the world, or we can open up our stack mesh barrel. And inside our stack mesh barrel, this is where we can change the default material for the stack mesh. I can look for barrel and click on it. And now by default, any new barrels I bring out into my world will have that material on it. We can also see that the other 2 barrels that I did not drag a material onto, like this item, have been updated because the base item has been updated. Now these don't look very good. It's just a simple wood log texture. Let's go back into our material. And we can look at the other 2 textures we saw and why they're named differently. Now if I wanted to, I could create 2 more texture nodes, or I could go back into my content browser, find those textures, and drag them and drop them in. I know they're in the Epic folder, we know they're called log, and we can find them here, the N and the ORM. I'm going to select both of them, drag them into my material, and drop them, and now I have 2 texture sample nodes. These textures have special naming by the artist so we know what they're used for. The one that ends in N is our normal map. We'll plug it into our normal map. The one that ends in ORM is a combined or a masked texture. O for ambient inclusion, R for roughness, M for metallic. So we would plug our R into ambient inclusion, the G into roughness, and the B into metallic. And now we have something looking a little more log-like with more detail. We go back into our level and we look at our item, and we can see we have this really cool looking wooden barrel. With our basic material set up, we do still have a little bit of an issue with our mesh here. And that's because our UVs, which is how our material determines where to put the textures on our mesh, are not exactly created correctly. We just use the defaults. The nice thing is I can go back into my modeling tools. I can look for the UV section. I can tell it to project UVs. I'm going to project them on a cylinder because, well, this is a cylinder, and hit accept. Going back into selection mode, we can now see I have my top not being as messed up as it was before. Now, I'm not an artist. This is just a quick step as it was. I have UVs. The nice thing is I can go back into my modeling tools. I can look for the UV section. I can tell it to project UVs. I'm going to project them on a cylinder because, well, this is a cylinder, and hit accept. Going back into selection mode, we can now see I have my top not being as messed up as it was before. Now, I'm not an artist. This is just a quick and dirty attempt at getting something into the editor. Usually you would then take and have a proper version made by another artist. The next thing is, while we have 4 barrels here, I want to make them slightly different. If I go into my meshes folder, we have 1 material and 1 barrel. If I wanted to, I could create 4 different barrel meshes and 4 different materials, and then we could have 4 different looking items. Or we can use what's known as material instances. If we open up our material barrel, we can go to the top. I'm going to hold down 3 to add a color. I'm going to drag off of my output and type in multiply. I'm going to multiply the value or the color here with the color coming out of our texture, and then plug that into our base color. You can now see it immediately goes black. Now that's not my desired result. I just haven't changed my color. We'll change this to white. What we want to do now is click on our color right-click on it and convert it to a parameter. And we'll change this into tint. This is going to allow us to expose this item here, this parameter, to a material instance, and then that will allow us to change it on a per instance basis. What that means is, let's save this out, go into our level, we'll right-click on Material Barrel, and we'll choose Create Material Instance. And we'll name this one Blue. We can now drag this material instance onto one of our items, and we shouldn't see a difference. But if we click on it, we can now see we have that blue instance. Opening up the blue instance gives us a different look. This is our instance editor. It allows us to change those properties. We can check on tint, and we can change our color to something more like a blue. We'll go and save this, go back into our map, and now you can see we have a blue barrel. Each of these items inside of our world are instances or different versions of our original item that we brought out. So by using a material instance, we can change individual values. So now at this point, I could create 2 more material instances, name them to different colors. For example, maybe a red and a green. Change them appropriately. And then drag those onto the individual barrels. And now we have one barrel, one stack mesh in our world that looks 4 different ways because we're using material instances to change them. One thing you might be asking is, how did I know these shortcuts for my nodes? We can click on Palette in the right, and this is where we have access to all of our different nodes we can use. And you'll notice there are numbers or letters on the right. Those are our shortcut keys. Or we can right-click anywhere in our background, and we can search. This is how I found multiply, for example. Now that we have a basic barrel in our world, and we've got them looking a little bit better, we have a nice material on it, and we're using some material instances for coloring, let's give it a little more life. I want this to contain some fire and some smoke. So we're going to look at the Niagara VFX system to create those particles. Now that we have a few barrels in our world, let's go and add some visual effects to them to give them a little more life. Now we could use the VFX spawner device inside of Fortnite. However, we want to use something more custom. So we're going to use the Niagara VFX system. Let's go ahead and create our own folder. We'll call it VFX. Inside of here in the content browser, we're going to right click, go to FX, and we have 2 options, Niagara Emitter and Niagara System. Niagara Systems are the container, and they hold emitters, and our emitters are what we see visually inside of our world. Let's create a new Niagara system. It's going to ask us how we want to create it. We can create an empty one, copy an existing one, or create them from a template or other emitters. I'm going to choose the first option, New System from Selected Emitters, and hit Next. If you don't see all of your options, go ahead and hit Show All at the top. We're going to go to Parent Emitters, and we're going to make some smoke and some fire. So let's go ahead and add the smoke first. We'll click on the FN Core Smoke Sprite and click the Add button. We can add multiple emitters at this point, but we're going to add it later to show you how to do that, and hit Finish. We're going to name this FX Smoke, and we'll double-click to open it. This is our Niagara System editor. We can see a preview in the top left, some parameters in the bottom left, and in the middle we have our actual overview. We have a node-based setup. This blue one is the parent. It controls all the main control settings, and then the red ones themselves are the individual emitters. Here we can see I have a smoke sprite, and it's emitting smoke. If we want, we can go ahead and save this out, go back into our level, drag the system into the world, and we can see it's now emitting smoke. We can see in our world that our smoke is not working anymore, but inside of our preview, it continues to repeat. At the bottom, we have our timeline, and we can see every second and a half it's repeating. The preview is going to repeat down here in our timeline. By clicking on the emitter without anything selected, we get access to all of our properties, all of our individual sections. We can enable or disable them as needed. Say, for example, we no longer want to scale it by color. We can disable it, and we can see what that would look like. In our case, on the emitter state, we can see it set to loop once. I'll change this to loop infinite. Now we'll go ahead and save it and go back into our level, and we can see it's looping infinitely. Now inside of our viewport, we can see this is a bit big for what I want. And inside of our Niagara editor, we have a section called Initialized Particle. This is where it sets up the particle when it first spawns it in. You can see it's under the spawn section. And part of this is the size. So our sprite is always going to be 350 units large. Let's change this down to something smaller, maybe 100. And we'll go ahead and save it and look at our level. And we get something a little more appropriate for what I want. And after a little bit of adjustment, we can see I now have some smoke coming out of the top of my barrel, and I think the size looks good. Now I want to add a little bit of fire. I could go ahead and create a second system with a fire emitter in it and use 2 of them. Or I could just create an emitter inside of our editor and add it into our system. Or another option is I can add another emitter directly into my system. I can right-click in the background and choose to add an emitter. I'm going to add an emitter and it gives me the same basic setup as before. This time I want my fire sprites sub-UV. And now we can see we have a second emitter in here. I'll organize it a little better. We can individually isolate them if we wanted to. Like, for example, I can only see the smoke by disabling the fire. Or I can only see the fire by disabling the smoke. In this case, my fire is a bit big, but we've already seen how to change this. So we'll look at Initialized Particle, and we'll see that our sizes are between 20 and 65. However, there is another one here called Shape Location. Basically, this is a shape, a sphere in this case, with a size of 100, that our fire is going to be created inside of. Let's lower this radius down to maybe 50. And now we can see our fire is much closer to our smoke. I'm going to go with maybe a 25. And now my fire seems to be smaller than my smoke. I'm going to go ahead and save this, go back into our level, and now I have a little bit of fire and smoke inside my barrel. A nice tip, we can't really see it very well with this widget in front of it. We can push the G key, and now all of our widgets in our world will be hidden inside of our viewport. And if we want to, we could use the G key to bring it back, or we can go ahead and turn off game view. Now that we have our effects set up in a basic system, it is, and if we want to push the G key, and now all of our widgets in our world will be hit case with a size of 100 that our fire is going to be created inside of. Let's lower this radius down to maybe 50. And now we can see our fire is much closer to our smoke. I'm going to go with maybe a 25. And now my fire seems to be smaller than my smoke. I'm going to go ahead and save this, go back into our level, and now I have a little bit of fire and smoke inside my barrel. A nice tip, we can't really see it very well with this widget in front of it. We can push the G key, and now all of our widgets in our world will be hidden inside of our viewport. And if we want to, we could use the G key to bring it back, or we can go ahead and turn off game view. Now that we have our effects set up in a basic system, it isn't looking quite like I want it because of the fact that, 1, there's no lighting attached to it, so it's just this plain color. And 2, it's separate from my barrel. Let's go ahead and look at adding lighting to my effect and then combining this all into one reusable prop. Inside of my level, I now have some barrels, and one of them has a little bit of fire and smoke in it. Now the other 3 do not, because they're all individual instances. And I also have no lighting to make that fire come to life a little bit more. So let's look at fixing both of them now. Starting with lighting, you have the ability to use the lighting that comes with Fortnite, or we can use the lighting available to us inside of the Unreal Editor. In our Create menu at the top, we can go down to Lights, and we have access to a few different light types. We're going to use the point light by dragging and dropping it where we want it, in this case inside of my barrel. And now we can see our barrel has a nice little glow inside of it. Like other items inside of our editor, we have access to the details. Let's adjust our color to be a little bit more like a fire. We'll look for something more like an orange. Or we can use the eyedropper and mouse it over something like this fire effect over here and try to find a little bit of fire. We get a nice little dark orange red. And if we wanted to, we could choose the light again. We can use the eyedropper fire. We'll look for something more like an orange. Or we can use the eyedropper and mouse it over something like this fire effect over here and try to find a little bit of fire. We get a nice little dark orange red. And if we wanted to, we could choose the light again and adjust other items such as the intensity to make it a bit brighter, and other options available to us including light functions, where we could create a material that would simulate a flickering effect. For our purposes, though, we're going to use this basic light setup. The nice thing about lights is they have no physical presence, so you can use them to decorate anything you want in the world as needed. And there are, again, a few other types, such as a directional light, which kind of simulates a sun, a spotlight, a rect light, and then your general skylight. The skylight and the directional light are useful if you're not using the built-in time of day system. Let's go ahead and turn these items into reusable props, so that way we don't have to have 4 barrels with 4 lights and 4 VFX systems. In our content folder, let's make a new folder, and we'll call this one Props. Inside of our Props folder, we'll right-click, we'll go up to Blueprint class, and we have 2 of them available to us. A building stack mesh and a building prop. Since I don't really plan on doing any interaction with this, we'll just make this a building stack mesh. We'll call this one Prop Barrel, and we'll go ahead and double-click to open it up. Inside of our Prop Barrel, we have a few different settings. Since I don't really plan on doing any interaction with this, inside of our props folder, we'll right-click, we'll go up to Blueprint class, and we have 2 of them available to us. Then your general skylight. The skylight and the directional light are useful if you're not using the built-in time of day system. Let's go ahead and turn these items into reusable props, so that way we don't have to have 4 barrels with 4 lights and 4 VFX systems. In our content folder, let's make a new folder, and we'll call this one Props. Inside of our Props folder, we'll right-click, we'll go up to Blueprint class, and we have 2 of them available to us. A building stack mesh and a building prop. Since I don't really plan on doing any interaction with this, we'll just make this a building stack mesh. We'll call this one Prop Barrel, and we'll go ahead and double-click to open it up. Inside of our Prop Barrel, we have a few different settings. On the parent itself, where it says Prop Barrel Self, we have the stack mesh. Let's set this to our barrel. Since we set up the material on our barrel, we now have our material set up, so we are good there. Let's go ahead and add in our light and our VFX. We'll go to Add Component on the top left, and we'll put a point light in. Let's go ahead and move our point light to where we have our light working like we want it, and adjust our color, and adjust our intensity so it looks like what I would like to see. Let's go and add another one. We're going to add the Niagara emitter system. Niagara particle system component is here. Right now, you can see it's a child of our light. So if we were to move the light, the VFX system would move. I actually want to flip that. So we'll drag the Niagara up onto our stack mesh component. So it's now a child of the stack mesh. And then I'll move the point light down under the Niagara component. So now whenever we move the Niagara component, the light will move with it. The only issue right now is the light's already been moved. You can see it's off by 100. If we were to move our Niagara up, for example, the light moves with it. We can go back into the point light and reset it to the default. And now the Niagara and the light are in the same position. Let's go to our Niagara system asset. We call this one FX Smoke. And now we have a light and a smoke effect. We can adjust where we want this to be and where we want it to come out. Let's go ahead and save this and compile it. Go back into our level. Now our prop barrel is not in our world yet. We could drag it in, and now we have our prop barrel set up. But our issue is, what do we do with our existing barrels? We don't want to go in and delete them and then have to put them in the right place. Well, we can replace. Let's go and get rid of the light and the FX system that we put into our world, so we just have our barrels. We'll select all of our barrels. We'll make sure the prop barrel is selected in our content browser. We'll right-click in the viewport, choose Replace Selected Actors With, and then choose our prop barrel. And now we've gone and replaced those 4 individual items with the prop barrel itself. They did replace them, so they are the generic barrel now. They do all look the same. They don't have the individual colors, but you could make new prop barrels with the different colors, or you could set up your prop barrel so it will set that color based on a setting. Right now, if we were to look at our world, we have a fixed look. We have our barrels looking a certain way, our environment looks a certain way. We have a stylized look, but it may not be what we want. Using a post-process volume, we can actually change the way our world looks, and we're going to look at those. Let's go ahead and take take a look at our post-processing volumes, where we can change the way our world looks overall. Using the Create menu on our toolbar, we can go to Visual Effects, Post-Process Volume. And by default, this isn't going to do anything. It's this small little blocky area that only has an effect when we're inside of it. If we were to go inside of it, for example, well, nothing's going to happen because we haven't set up our volume at all. Inside the post-process volume properties, which we can see in the details panel, we can adjust things such as exposure, bloom. We could even do some coloring effects and change the way our temperature and our global colors look. I could, for example, go under color grading global, go to our saturation and enable it, and by adjusting it, we can see our saturation is either blown out or brought back down to nothing. But if we were to move outside of this volume, it goes back to normal. So these are handy when you need certain areas to have different effects. But if you want the entire world to be changed, in our post-process volume, if we scroll to the bottom, or we look for bound, and we check that, it'll now affect everything in our world, not just the volume itself. So we went ahead and we adjusted this one individual setting in here, the saturation, for example. But you have other settings in here such as camera, speed, chromatic aberration, exposure. There's quite a few options available to you, and the documentation has coverage on them. But the one special ability in here is our post-process materials. You can create custom materials and apply them to your post-process volume. And using material magic, you can have any effect you want that's usable inside of our material setup. I'm going to go ahead and make a new folder in my content called Materials. Inside of our material folders, I'll right-click and create a new material, and we'll call this Material Post-Process. Now, if I wanted to go into my Post-Process Materials panel, add a new item, choose an asset reference, and then look for that post-process material. Once we've selected it, nothing's going to happen. That's because our material has nothing inside of it, so let's open it up. The post-process material is a special material under our material domain. Our default is our surface, so it goes on the surface of, say, our stacked meshes. But post-process has special passes and special features. Change our domain to post-process, and you'll now notice our output only has a emissive color. If we were to save this and go back into our level, it's now black. We're not doing anything but covering it with the solid black. We have nothing in our output. If we were to right-click and look for Scene Texture and choose it, we have access to a node that's going to give us properties from our scene. And one of them is going to be the post-process input. If we were to take the post-process input 0, take the color pin and connect it to the emissive color, and save, now we're going to get everything back to like we expected. So this takes our post-process input, adjusts it, and then outputs back out. So everything we see in our world, we can then output back out. But that means we can then adjust it. So if we drag off of our color, and for example type in desaturate, we have desaturation. We'll then hook the output node of desaturation into emissive color. You notice our preview is now desaturated. If we were to save this and go back into our level, we've now desaturated the entire level. But we're doing this using the post-process material and not a setting in the post-process volume like we did before. But this also gives us the ability to change things. For example, we could change it where it's only desaturated at a certain depth away from us, or we could give outlines to other objects. There is documentation with examples. We can see that the post-processing system can be very powerful to change the overall look, as well as having the ability to turn that look on and off at runtime. We're going to take a look at the sequencer tool. It allows us to basically change any properties over time. Properties are things like, for example, on our post-process volume, we have the different colors, saturation effects, and how strong it is. Or maybe in the case of our barrel, whether or not it exists, the color of the light, and if our special effects is on. It also includes things such as our location, rotation, and scaling. What we're going to do is take our post-process volume and slowly desaturate our scene. So rather than going on or off, we're going to do it over 2 seconds. Inside of our content folder, I'm going to make a new folder called Sequences. Inside of our Sequences folder, I can right-click in the content browser, go to Cinematics, Level Sequence. And I'm going to call this Sequence Saturate. We can double-click to open up the sequence editor. It may dock down at the bottom. If not, you can dock it wherever you'd like. If you've used a non-linear editing software before, this may look familiar. We have some tracks on the left, which are the items we're going to be working with, and on the right is our timeline. And along the top on our toolbar are all of our settings. We need to add the post-process volume because that's what we're going to be working with. We can select the post-process volume in the world, add the track, select Actor to Sequencer, and add a post-process volume. That's the one that we have selected. Or we can find it in our list, or we can drag and drop it right in. You'll also notice there is additional items we can add to our track, such as the ability to create a cinematic using a custom camera. Maybe we're going to sweep through the level or something else like that. Inside of our post-process volume, we want to adjust the value of our saturation in our color grading. If we scroll down, we can find color grading. We have a global section, and we have a saturation section. Right now, it's currently disabled. I also want you to make sure that you remove your material post-process that we added to this if you're going to do this, because they will conflict. We're going to adjust the saturation built in to the post-process volume. Now at this point, we can use the keyframe button on the right to add these properties. So our saturation, for example, could be added directly, or we can click on the Add Track button to the right of the item, find what we want. For example, this is a transform. Not really useful for post-process, but maybe if you wanted to move the barrel. But we have settings, color grading global, saturation. Now right now it's set to 1, so everything is set up to be colorful. We need to add keyframes where we want to start our value and where we want to change our value. You can think of keyframes as points of time holding certain values, and over that time, we will adjust it. We have auto keyframe turning on. That means whenever something is changed, it'll go ahead and pick up the change. But we need at least one keyframe to start with. At 0 seconds on our timeline, we'll go and add a keyframe, It's at the value of 1. And what we want to do now is drag out our bar to 60 or 60 frame. When we're running 30 frames per second, our 60th frame is going to be 2 seconds long. And then now that we have it keyframed, we can adjust this value. I'm going to adjust it down to 0. So now at 2 seconds, it's going to be 0. And you'll notice our values on the left will adjust. So it's going to go from full color to desaturated over 2 seconds. But you'll notice we can't see it in the preview. And that's because we don't have infinite turned on. We'll turn back on infinite. And now as you scrub through our timeline, you'll see it working. One thing to keep in mind, when we're in the sequencer, it's going to have those sequencer effects applied to our viewport. If we were to close our sequencer so it's no longer open, those effects will no longer be applying to our scene. Opening back up our sequencer, we can drag our red bar over to 60, so that way our sequence will be exactly 60 frames. We'll save this and we'll close it out. Now we need to actually play this inside of our project. We can drag it, and no, we can't. We can't actually apply a sequencer directly inside of UEFN. We need a cinematic sequencer device. If we go into the Fortnite folder, under Devices, we can look for Cinematic, and we can find the cinematic sequencer device. I'll drag this, drop this into my world. It's going to ask me which sequence to play. We only have one, our saturate. I don't want it to autoplay, and I don't want any of our settings changed. We want this to play when I trigger it. We're going to walk up to our barrels. The player will walk over trigger, and then we'll go ahead and play this. So we're going to need a trigger. Let's look for trigger. We have our trigger device. I'll drag this in, put it in front of our third barrel. Our trigger device has a trigger event that we need to hook up to our cinematic device. Under User Options Functions, we want our cinematic device to play when the trigger calls on trigger. We'll select the trigger, or we can use the eyedropper to choose it in the world. And then the function we want to call is onTriggered. It's going to go ahead and play now when the trigger is triggered. Now, before we go ahead and hit play to test this out inside of Fortnite, here's something you may run into. Inside of Fortnite, if we were to attempt to start the game, our Start Game button is missing. And if we go into My Island, you notice it tells us there's no settings available. We don't have a settings device. Since we started this project map from an empty template, we didn't have an island device set up for us automatically. So inside of your devices folder is an island settings device. You can drag that, drop that into your world. And when you go back into Fortnite, you'll find you now have the ability to start the game and your settings are back. Once our session has been updated and our changes have been put into place, let's go ahead and start the game and test and make sure our cinematic device is working. And we get the nice desaturation effect over 2 seconds. And you can see the cinematic played and we have our nice effect. Level sequences can be used for more than just keyframing actions and events and properties inside of our world. We can actually use it to create or modify the skeletal animations inside of UEFN and introduce our own animations into our projects. We're going to take a look at skeletal animation and how we can use the sequencer system in order to create our own inside of the editor. You'll notice this map looks different. I've created a file, new project, using one of the feature examples. It's the Animation 101. This is a great project if you want to learn how the cinematic sequence device and animated meshes work inside of UEFN. And I'm going to use this for my example because it has a skeletal mesh that we can use. If we go into our animation content folder, under meshes, we can find our Fortnite mannequin. We can actually see the Fortnite mannequin sitting here by itself, ready to play back an animation. Let's animate a new animation using that skeletal mesh. I'm going to drag it into our world and drop it. And we're going to rotate it so I can get a little bit better look. And we can use a level sequence in order to create a control rig so we can animate the bones similar to the way we animated keyframes for our post-process volume. I'm going to right-click in our browser, Cinematic, Level Sequence. I'll call this Sequence Animation, and we'll open it up by double-clicking. Let's add that actor into our sequencer by going to Actor to Sequencer, Add Fortnite Mannequin, since I have him selected. And now we need to make that control rig setting. We could right-click on our Fortnite mannequin track, go up to Edit with FK Control Rig, and it's going to ask us what we want to do in order to create our control rig. We have two main options that I care about here. Reducing keys true or false. If it's set to false, it's going to bring in our mannequin, and we're going to have a key for every single point inside of our timeline. Now, if we wanted to, we could select all those keys and delete them. And now we have a basic blank control rig without anything keyed out. Or we can go back in. We'll go ahead and edit with FK Control Rig again. Choose Reduce Keys. Since this mannequin is going to be doing my animation from this position, and I want to return to this position, this worked out nicely because now we have a starting keyframe and an ending keyframe in this neutral position. You'll also notice the animation mode opened up in the top left. This is where we have the ability to change some options for our control rig. You can refer to the documentation for more about that. But for our purposes, we just need the ability to have our hierarchy for our skeleton shown. I'm going to go ahead and click on one of the shoulders. I'm going to make sure I have the actual upper arm bone selected and not one of the twists. Let's move this over. We'll rotate the arm a little bit. Because we have auto keyframe turned on, it added that keyframe, and now we have a little bit motion. We'll move it a little more to another spot. You'll notice it's automatically trying to go back now because we have the final resting keyframe at the end. So let's say another 80 frames. We'll move this up a little bit. I'm going to now try to find the elbow. We can see here at lower arm R2. We'll rotate it a little bit. I also want to move that upper arm a little bit more. Make sure we select the upper arm again. Rotate it a bit more like this. We now have a little basic animation saluting. Maybe we want to pause for a little bit before we go back down. We can select our keyframes, copy them with Control-C, move to where we want, paste them with Control-V. Now we can see it goes up, it hangs for a little bit, and then it's going to go back down. And it'll repeat this as needed. I'm happy with this. I'm going to save my sequencer. We're going to go back up to our top, find our Fortnite mannequin in our track, right-click, and bake it to an animation sequence. Animation sequences are the animations that we can see played back on our skeletal meshes. I'm going to put it in the animations folder. I'm going to call this Wave Manny because this is the mannequin waving. And once it's been created, we can close our sequencer. We don't need it anymore. We'll go back into our animations folder, and now we can see we have Wave Manny. We also have all the other animations for this mannequin that could be played back. But the one we care about is Wave Manny. If we open it up, we can see we have our little wave. We already have a mannequin set up right when we start this little example that has an animation to play waiting for it. So let's drag our mannequin wave in. So this way, when we load up this map for testing purposes in a second, it's going to go ahead and play back that wave. Now, if you want to have your own devices set up in order to do this, we're looking for the animated device. We can go back under Fortnite devices. Let's look for animated. And we can find the animated mesh device. If we were to put this into our world, it's going to ask us what skeletal mesh we want to play back, maybe what animation we want to play back. For example, here is this emote. And then you have other options such as if it's looping, how it plays back, and the ability to trigger it like any other device. For our purposes, though, we're simply going to use the Fortnite skeletal mesh just to play back this animation. Let's go ahead and launch our session. And inside of our Fortnite edit session, we can see this fun little animation playing back on our skeletal mesh right as we walk in. And with that, that's going to cover the basics of UEFN. There's, of course, more that we can cover and look at, and we're going to wrap up with some more information and where to go from here. And with that, we're going to wrap up our first hour with UEFN. So what did we look at in this course? We went ahead and started out, looked at the editor and how we can work with content, as well as playtest that new content. Then we started looking at some of the unique features of using UEFN, such as the landscaping tools, modeling tools, the ability to create your own custom materials, add your own visual effects using Niagara, custom lighting, post-processing effects, and then using Sequencer to animate properties on items, as well as create your own skeletal animations. Now, where do we go from here? I'd recommend going to the Epic Developer Community site in the new Fortnite section. We have some great getting started documentation, as well as more videos. We have the full documentation for UEFN available as well on that site. And don't forget, since you are working in creative mode, a lot of the creative documentation, which is available there as well, will apply to this same process. When you visit the EDC, don't forget to check out the Learning section, where you can find great content from both Epic Games as well as the community. We have some great community-driven content. And the forums. Don't forget the forums. You can go there, talk with other people who are using UEFN and Creative, and get started on making your perfect experience. Another thing I would recommend is to explore the templates that are included with UEFN. We touched upon one of them, Animation 101, but there are others, and there are more coming all the time. They're a great resource to use to tear apart and look at how things are created to get started.
Greetings everybody, my name is Sam Diter, and in this Unreal Editor for Fortnite video, I want to talk about World Partition. Now, World Partition is a tool that helps when it comes to which objects should and should not be rendered from a given player's view. For example, let's say I go over here to the beach, and I'm hanging out looking over here. If we go up a little bit, check out this. I can see this helicopter pad, but if I'm down in this view, like so, I cannot see that, so I don't want to render that. Now, the editor has a number of built-in features that try and help mitigate or eliminate the objects that we can or cannot see, and these work really well. However, as our projects start to grow and grow in size, we need to add additional systems to help manage all of this new data, and that's where our world partition settings come into play. They help us segment our world into easier to stream chunks. Now let's take a look at how we enable it. World partition by coming to your world settings, and then under world partition, we have the enable streaming option. Once I do that, I'm going to get two messages, one telling me that we are enabling streaming for the first time, and then the next prompting me if I would like to open up the documentation or not. Once we have gone through those messages, our world will now be set up to use world partition. From the world settings, under runtime settings, let's enable the preview grid. And what this is going to show us is the grid that's going to be used to stream items in and out of memory. So the lines that run parallel and perpendicular represent the individual grid sizes that objects can be grouped into. So for example, this object over here and this object over here are going to be linked to this grid cell, while this object, say this object over here and this object over here are going to be linked to this grid cell. We can control the sizes of our grid cells by adjusting the size cell, and we can also control the range at which things load by adjusting our loading range. And again, our loading range is represented by this circle, and our cell size is represented by these parallel and perpendicular lines that are forming this grid-like pattern inside of our scene. Now, before we can actually look at the next tool, we do need to come up here and save our current level. So I'm just going to save this as World P and press Enter. Go ahead and replace my existing example and come back right when this finishes saving. All right, now that that has saved, what's actually gone on behind the scenes is actually pretty cool. Now to see this though, we're going to have to go up to Window, world partition and our world partition editor. And this right now is what our map looks like according to the world partition tool. And this is actually kind of cool. So if I navigate around here, we're actually going to see this represents our player. And each one of these boxes here actually represents an asset inside of the world here. So for example, if we come over to, I believe it is these stairs right here, we can actually kind of do a focus on selected, which will take us over there. So that's these stairs right here. So we can see the stair. This is the second stair. What is this? This is some type of pillar. So there's probably a pillar underneath here somewhere. Yeah, look, see, you have this pillar right here. So that is this object right here. And basically, this is representing not the visual shape, but the bounding box of our mesh. And if we can see the bounding box, then we should be able to see our mesh. And instead of having to manually go through and set, can I see this object over here, or see this object over there, or see this object over here from this perspective over here, or something like that, we can use this bounding box information now that the world partition system has generated for us to do that. And once we've done it, we don't need to do anything else. For example, if I decide to move this fence piece over here, maybe make a new one or something like that, it's automatically going to be set up and added to this system. There's no need to click on this and add it over here. It's just going to work and add it to you behind the scenes. So that is it. That is all that I have for you on how to enable and use world partition inside of your projects. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Fly away 体中に広がるパノラマ顔を蹴られた地球が起こって火山を爆発させる溶けた氷の中に恐竜がいたら玉乗りしこ
How in the world did Frieza survive?
Damn that Kakarot! And to think we're going up against him again. First we'll move in. On foot, of course. Man, the closer we get, the heavier the air seems to get. We're almost at his ship. Are you sure you're ready for this?
Yes!
So this is Earth. I've seen worse hunks of rock.
It seems this Super Saiyan Goku you keep going on about is set to arrive here in 3 hours. So you intend to wait for him, Frieza?
Why, of course, Father. But I want him to suffer for what he did to me, so I think I'll slaughter every last one of his beloved Earthlings.
I couldn't care less about the Earthlings, but we do absolutely need to rid ourselves of that Super Saiyan. By any means necessary.
And what brings you here, Earthling?
I'm here to kill you.
The mysterious savior from the future.
What's that now? You're here to kill us, you say? Eliminate him.
Sir!
Well now, it seems you've got some skill.
Come at me with everything you've got. Unlike Goku, I won't take it easy on you.
Goku? Oh, I see. So you're an ally of his.
Never met the guy, only know him by name.
Oh dear. You do realize that killing my men puts you in grave danger, do you not? Now I have to kill you myself.
You miscalculated.
A miscalculation? Oh, I beg to differ. Wiping you and the rest of the filth from this planet would be child's play.
That's not what I meant. You're about to find out what it's like to fight a real Super Saiyan. And I'm not talking about Goku. There's another one right here! Ah! Prepare to die!
The only one dying here is you.
Too slow! This is it! It's over! You came all the way here to Earth seeking revenge, but unfortunately for you, you're not gonna be able to carry it out. Oh! This is it! This is it! I'm gonna kill both of you. That's not a threat. That's a fact. Oh no! This is it! What's wrong? Now's not the time to be holding anything back.
Bosses!
What? This is it!
Boss Saiyan!
How is this possible? Frieza! Whoa! Ha!
Impossible.
Those two huge powers! They're both gone! What in the world is going on?
One way to find out.
Hey!
That's him, isn't it?
Keep your guard up. We don't know who we're up against.
Right! I'm gonna head over there and wait for Goku. You're more than welcome to join me.
What? How does he know about my dad?
He's gonna show up right over there. If you're coming, then follow me.
So, what do we do?
I'm gonna follow him.
Yeah, me too. I'm going to find out who this creep is.
He doesn't seem like a bad guy. So how do you know my dad?
Well, I've only heard about him. I haven't had the privilege of actually meeting him yet.
Oh, really?
So, hey, how do you know when Goku's coming back?
Well, I'm afraid I can't tell you that. I'm sorry.
So, can I ask, you were a Super Saiyan when you beat Frieza earlier, weren't you? How did you do that?
Unfortunately, I can't tell you that either. Sorry.
What's your name?
That too.
You can't even tell us your name? Well, what about your age?
I'm 17.
So you can tell us your age.
But that's all I can tell you. I really am sorry.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter. You saved the Earth after all.
It'll be another 3 hours before Goku gets here, so please just hang tight a little bit longer. He should be here soon. Huh? Goku!
Dad!
How'd you guys know I was gonna be here?
This young man here clued us in.
Who is he?
You mean you don't know who this is? At all?
Nope, never seen him before. That reminds me. Who took care of Frieza and the others? That was some crazy energy.
We've got him to thank for that as well. He made quick work of them by becoming a Super Saiyan.
A Super Saiyan? Goku, I need to speak with you. In private, if you don't mind. With me? Yeah, sure.
Hey, what's the big deal? You gonna keep us in the dark?
Sorry, guys. Just hang tight for a bit, okay? I guess I'd better go talk to him. I need to know something. Are you able to become a Super Saiyan at will? Yeah, I mean, I couldn't at first, but I can control it pretty good now. That's great. Now I have to ask, would you mind transforming for me now? You got it. This good? So, what now? Now, I'll become a Super Saiyan 2. Whoa! And I'd like you to fight me. And I won't go easy. Fine by me. What? Yeah, pretty amazing. More than enough power to overwhelm Frieza, but yours. I could tell you weren't serious. Take this! What? Too slow! Well, truth be told, you were the one who was supposed to defeat him. I was supposed to? What do you mean? If you only had arrived here earlier. But for some reason, I guess you couldn't, huh? Well, I wouldn't say that. I know a little technique called instant transmission. Instant transmission? Oh no! Might have just changed history for no reason then? Changed history? Amazing! You're just as good as I'd heard! No, better even! Okay, I'll tell you everything. But please, it's important that you make sure not to tell anyone else what I'm about to tell you. Gotcha. Don't worry, talk away. Your secrets are safe with me. It might be difficult to believe what I'm about to say, but I've come here from 20 years into the future using a time machine. The future? 20 years from now? My name is Trunks. I'm Vegeta's son. What? Vegeta's son? Actually, now that you mention it, you do kind of look like him. I'm gonna be born 2.5 years from now. But that's not why I came here. There's something much more important I need to tell you, so please listen. Huh? Oh, right. 3 years from now. On May 12th, at around 10 a.m., 2 incredibly powerful figures will appear on an island 5.5 miles southwest from South City. Who are they? Are they aliens? No. They're androids. Created right here on Earth. They were created by a mad scientist from the former Red Ribbon Army named Dr. Giraud. The Red Ribbon Army? That's right. The same one you took down many years ago. Oh yeah, when I was just a little guy. I thought I got rid of those guys a while ago. Like back when I beat up their boss. Unfortunately, Dr. Giraud survived and continued his research. So what's he after? World domination or something else crazy? I'm not entirely sure, but it's possible that was his end goal. But his androids were designed to be killing machines. And they eventually turned on their creator. Meaning, the androids were free to kill and destroy to their heart's content. It's been just me against the 2 of them. I struggled to make it out alive. Wait, what happened to everybody else? They're gone. 20 years from now, I'm the only fighter left. In the fight, 3 years from now, my father over there, Krillin, Piccolo, everyone is killed. Only Gohan managed to make it out alive. He taught me how to fight 4 years before I came here in the time machine. As you know, with Piccolo gone, the Dragon Balls could no longer be used, meaning we couldn't bring anyone back once they were killed. The android's unquenchable lust for bloodshed eventually turned the world into a nightmarish hellscape. They're too strong. Nothing can take them down. Hey, wait, hold up a sec. What about me? They didn't kill me too, did they? Even you couldn't join in the fight. Not too long from now, you'll fall prey to a severe heart virus. What? Well, this is a pickle. I'm guessing sensu beans won't work, huh? Man, this sucks on so many levels. I can't believe I'm gonna die in such a lame way. I really wanted to fight those guys. You're disappointed you can't fight them? Aren't you scared? Well, yeah, I'm scared. But you said they're crazy strong, right? Of course I want to fight them. I see. You really are a true Saiyan warrior, aren't you? Here, when you start to see symptoms, take this. It's a medicine developed 20 years from now. It should keep you alive. Whoa, really? Awesome! Thanks! Normally, history shouldn't be changed. But I've got to do whatever I can to prevent those atrocities from coming to pass. My mother always spoke very well of you. She knew you'd help us. That's what pushed her to complete the time machine. Wait, your mother? She knows who I am? Yes, she knows you well. Wait, you said she built a time machine. Isn't that right? And the only person I know who can do that is... No way! Your mom isn't... Yes, she's right over there. Whoa! Bulma? Out of all the stuff you just told me, that's gotta be the craziest! I thought she'd stick with Yamcha. To think she'd end up with Vegeta of all people, I mean, it just makes no sense. Please, make sure not to tell anyone. I can't have people knowing who I really am. If you do, well, I, might never be born. Oh, yeah, right. Mum's the word. Well, I'd better get going back to my own time. I need to let my mother know how everything went here. Hey, are we gonna see you again? Making a round trip in the time machine requires a lot of energy, so it'll take some time. If I can survive until then, I'll definitely come back to lend my support 3 years from now. Stay alive! What a great new goal! Now I'm gonna start training extra hard for the next 3 years. Well, now I just gotta figure out what to tell everybody about this stuff. Hey, Goku! We just saw that guy take off. Where did he go? Oh, him? Yeah, I guess you could say he went back home. Went back home? So, just who is this guy? Well, he's...
Hey, isn't there something more important you should be telling us?
Huh?
If you can't find the words, then allow me to help you.
What? You mean you heard?
My sense of hearing is leagues above any of yours. Relax, all right? I won't say anything that could possibly endanger him. We're not going in unprepared. If we die, it won't be for lack of skill.
Wait, die? What are you saying?
On the hunt for the androids. Piccolo explained the situation, being careful to avoid revealing anything that could expose Trunks' identity. The others could do little to hide their shock at what he had to say about the terrifying truth regarding the two androids that would appear 3 years from now. In order to prevent history from plunging into darkness, everyone made the decision to train for the upcoming fight against the androids.
Androids, huh?
Man, I never thought I'd hear anybody mention the Red Ribbon Army again.
Was that young man really from the future? I'm just as shocked as all of you, but I actually think we can trust this guy.
Kakarot! Spill it! How did you get off planet Namek alive?
Right, we've been going crazy wondering what happened to you. Yeah, for a second or two, I thought I was done for. But then, right at the last second, I somehow managed to find a spaceship.
That's right, the Ginyu forces. You took one of their ships.
But when I jumped in and started to fly away, the spaceship took me to a planet called Yardrat.
Those Ginyu goons had attacked Yardrat before, so they must have had that as the destination. So that explains the getup. I'm guessing that's what the Yardrats wear?
Yep, they were all super friendly. They gave me these clothes since mine were torn up pretty bad.
I find it extremely hard to believe that you came back from Yardrat empty-handed. Those freaks may be weak, but they have strange powers. You picked up some of them, right?
Bingo! I wanted to learn a lot more, but they really only had time to teach me one technique of theirs. It's called instant transmission. Huh?
Instant transmission?
Yep, instant transmission. The weird thing is that you have to home in on the energy of a person, not a place. So you can't warp to a place unless you know someone there. That's one heck of a downside, huh? That's not much of a downside if you ask me.
Well, I guess there's nothing you can't do now, huh?
All right. I guess we'll all see each other again 3 years from now. So when and where should we meet?
The androids will arrive May 12th at 10 a.m. on an island 5.5 miles southwest of South City. We'll be meeting up on that same island an hour earlier at 9. And don't show up unless you're ready to fight. We're not going to babysit those unable to pull their own weight.
Kakarot! You may be a Super Saiyan, but mark my words. I promise I'm going to put you in your place soon enough. Don't forget that the #1 Saiyan here will always be me.
All right, so I guess we'll see each other in 3 years. Where we said. Hey, don't show up unless you really feel you're ready. All right, we'd better get going. So, Piccolo, what do you say? Want to train with me and Gohan? I've been dying to fight you again.
Sure, sounds good to me.
Yay! I get to train with Mr. Piccolo again!
All right, see you guys soon, or in 3 years. Right.
We're making a stop home first, right, Dad? Mom's been waiting for you.
Oh, yeah, right. Guess I better get some FaceTime in with Chi-Chi, huh? Piccolo, is it okay with you if we do that?
Fine, but don't waste too much of our time.
Oh, yeah, training with Piccolo. I can't wait!
I won't go easy on you.
Mr. Piccolo's pretty strict, you know.
Ha! I'm counting on that.
Try this!
Hey there!
Yo!
Hey! Huh? No. No. No.
What do you think?
Gotcha!
Thank you!
Hey! All right. Found some tasty-looking food. Time to get collecting. All right. Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now.
Here I go!
We got a keeper. Found some tasty-looking food. Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now.
Take you down!
So that's all, huh?
Whoa! This stone's extra hard. Yeah! I've never felt a stone this hard before.
I'll make quick work of you.
You should train some more. All right. I've never felt a stone this hard before. Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. I wonder if that cave's big enough for me to train in. Might cause some trouble later. Best take you down. Done already? Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. Might cause some trouble later. Best to...
Take you down!
You know, you should train some more.
Take this!
I'm feeling good. What's this? Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. Yeah! All right. All right.
Thank you. Yep.
Looks like it's all over. What's this? Found some tasty-looking food. Huh? What? Mr. Roshi and everyone are doing? All right, let's do this. Here goes! Try this!
Special beam cannon!
Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. Yeah!
Hey.
Oh. That village over there looks like it's got some shops. Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. All right, let's do this.
I actually won!
Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. I'm pumped up and ready to go.
How's that?
All right. Might cause some trouble later. All right, let's do this.
So that's all, huh?
Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. I'm pumped up and ready to go.
So that's all, huh?
There's nothing better than jumping into a lake to cool off on a hot day. All right. You think there are fish here? I bet they taste great. All right. All right. Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. Let's go!
Don't kid yourself. You could never beat me.
All right! This apple looks extra juicy. This looks like a great apple. Hey, there it is!
You know, Mom's been pretty mad at you for being away for so long.
Really? I'm not looking forward to getting yelled at again. Chi-Chi! I'm home!
Hi, Mom!
Goku! Is that really you?
Of course it's me! You look like you've been doing pretty good.
You had me so worried! Where have you been this past year? And what's with those clothes? And Gohan, what are you doing in that outfit?
Yeah, about that. You know, it's kind of a long story.
What? You have to train Gohan because you're gonna fight some robots in 3 years?
Yeah, that's okay, right?
No, that's not okay! Are you insane? Do you think I'm just gonna let you waltz in here and disrupt Gohan's studies?
I'm not trying to do that. It's just, well, the Earth might be in big trouble about 3 years from now.
No, I don't care what you say. I'm not letting Gohan train with you.
Hang on, wait. You're saying the fate of the Earth isn't as important as Gohan's studies are?
Of course Gohan's studies are more important. Nothing's more important than that.
What? You don't believe that, right? Come on. Let Gohan train with me.
Ugh, fine. This is the absolute last time, you hear me?
Chi-Chi.
But in 3 years, he's done with all this fighting. You got that?
Thanks, Chi-Chi. And sorry.
So even Super Saiyans have their weaknesses.
All right. Since that's settled, let's go train.
Goku! Goku! Can you hear me?
Hey, I know that voice. It's Kami. Yep, reading you loud and clear. How's it going?
I'm glad to see you've made it back to Earth. I've been waiting for you. My apologies, but would you please come to my lookout? I must speak with you.
Oh, really? Does it have to be now? I was getting ready to go train.
What I have to say concerns everyone.
Everyone? Uh-oh. Got it. Don't worry, I'll be right there, Kami.
Good. I'll be waiting.
You guys, I'm sorry, but there's been a change in plans. Looks like I gotta head to Kami's place. What do you think? Want to come with me?
Oh, Kami, huh? I have absolutely no desire to speak with him.
Gotcha. Tell you what, why don't you guys go on ahead and train without me?
Really? Okay, Dad. So, do you know where we're going?
Don't need to. I can find you guys just fine. I'll just search for your energy.
Are you sure?
Go on, get going. Be sure to do your best with Piccolo until I get back, though, all right?
Leave the kid to me. I'll whip him into shape.
What?
I wonder what's so important that Kami needs to interrupt my training. I wonder what's so important that Kami needs to interrupt my training. Yeah! I can tell this thing's got lots of energy. This thing's giving off a lot of energy. Huh.
What?
Right, we're off.
I just hope you know who doesn't show up.
Genius runs in our family, doesn't it?
Well, I don't know. Hey, Kami, Mr. Popo. Long time no see.
I've been waiting for you, Goku.
Oh? What's up?
Well, I have something to tell you about the Dragon Balls.
Shenron under the weather or something?
No. You see, my life is nearing its end. Call it an old man's intuition.
What?
No need to dwell on the matter. It's simply a feeling.
If you say so. But not all hunches come true, you know.
Indeed. But should you have any wishes, let us err on the side of caution and act now.
Gotta think this through. Got it, Kami! Uh-oh. I'd better head on back now. Piccolo and the others. They're over there.
Hey! Goku!
Yajirobe, what's up? Let me guess. You need help with something?
Yeah, you guessed right.
Yeah? What is it?
Senzu beans. Old Korin's growing a new batch of them. They're still gonna need some fertilizer, though. So I thought that you might be up to the task of getting some.
Me? Why don't you do it?
Oh, because I'm busy.
Doesn't look to me like you're doing anything.
Shut it! You and Krillin are probably gonna use most of the Senzu beans anyway. So why not help a little? Do your part. Jeez.
I guess you have a point.
Man, this guy's so easy. That's more like it. I'll tell you what you need to do. All right, then. Take a look. It's in the sacred... Made it easy for you. I marked where to find it on your map. See here? You'll find it all the way down at the bottom of this tower. All right, that should be enough info. You got it?
Yep. See you later. This is divine. I was supposed... Well, Korin does help me out a bunch with his sensu beans, so I should help him out once in a while. Well, Korin does help me out a bunch with his sensu beans, so I should help him out once in a while. Yep. I wonder what Yajirobe does up this. Train, maybe? Nah, he doesn't look like he trains. All right. What's this? We got a keeper, but he's definitely good with a sword. I remember when I first met him, he cut that monster clean in two. I bet he'd make a really strong fighter if he actually trained. This looks like a great apple. All right! This apple looks extra juicy. Something. Want a tango? Woo! Huh. I see why Yajirobe was reluctant to do this himself. Well, I can't complain. It's good exercise anyway. Check and check. Yeah! All right. We got a keeper. Found some tasty looking food. All right. Yeah! Take this! Well, get a load of that! This one looks pretty tasty. All right. I got what you wanted.
Awesome. I knew you'd pull through, Goku. Just wait right there. Hey, Corn, look!
You nincompoop! You can't pull one over on me. Goku's the one who got it. You're slower than a freaking... I was meditating, you idiot. All right. I've had it up to here with you. Your punishment will be...
Aw, come on, man.
I appreciate the hard work, Goku. I'll split these sensu beans with you once...
Thanks a million! That took longer than I thought it would. I'd better hurry back to Piccolo and Gohan. worry about that. Now, what do you say we start out with training? All right, for starters, I want the both of you to come at me.
Both of us? Are you seriously that full of yourself? Go on. I want to see you at your full power. Try and catch him off guard and overwhelm him.
Okay.
Let's see what you two can do. Don't hold back. Not bad. That's more like it.
Come on, go. Keep at it.
I will, Mr. Piccolo. Strong.
That's enough, Gohan. You and I are strong, too.
Freezing.
Man. I hope I can.
Based on how you guys fight now, I can tell it's gonna happen.
I don't know about that.
Done yet.
Whenever that is.
here just to make an entrance.
Hey, you guys are pretty good. I'm impressed.
I knew you were strong. Wow.
Try this! This! Whoa! Try this! Try That's enough training for today.
Fine by me.
I need to work harder.
Man, you've gotten stronger, Gohan.
You think so?
Of course he has. Unlike other kids, he's already gone up against the likes of Vegeta and Frieza.
Good point.
Being here reminds me of when you first started training me, Mr. Piccolo.
You mean when you were a pathetic ball of tears?
What? No, not that.
Oh, okay. I'm starting to get it. So, this is where you guys trained when I was dead, huh?
Yeah, Mr. Piccolo was super tough on me.
I had no choice in the matter. He was useless to us back then, and I did what I had to do to fix him.
Sorry to put you through that, Piccolo. Gohan's a lot stronger now, and it's all thanks to you. And who knows? If he keeps it up, there's no telling how strong he'll get. Might even get stronger than us.
Stronger than you two? No way.
He'd better. We're gonna be in real trouble if he doesn't.
No kidding. And that's why I'm here to help you guys out. Let's show them how strong you can get in 3 years, Gohan.
Yeah. Speaking of everyone, I wonder what kind of training they're going through.
Vegeta's most likely sticking to himself and off somewhere doing his own thing.
Oh, don't worry about him. I'm sure Vegeta will be fine.
He trained in some sort of room where he had control over gravity. I need to access that room. That annoying woman's old man is the only one who could construct something like that. Where is he? Where is that damn geezer at? There you are.
Yes? Can I help you?
What is going on with that training room I asked you to build?
Basic construction is complete. I just need a few more items for the finishing touches.
Yeah, like what?
There aren't a lot of things that can take a beating from you, you know? This thing has got to be durable.
Let's cut to the chase. I finish your shopping and you finish the room, that right?
That's right, you got it. Here's what I need you to get for me. And that about does it for the things I need.
You want me to get this? You'll see, Kakarot. I'm going to push myself further than you and become a Super Saiyan. This'll do. Earth towns are more organized than I thought. Hey! Golly God! Yeah! Hey! Suit yourself. Well now. Well now, this might be good. This'll do. I can think of no greater humiliation than constantly being in your shadow, Kakarot. I'll do whatever it takes to become stronger. This'll do. Easy prey. Are you ready to die? Got a gun! Believe it! You actually held your own against the mighty Vegeta. That was hardly a challenge. There's one. Easy. Are you ready to die? Got a gun! Worthless. Damn it. Easy prey.
Hey there! You a local on this rock? I got a business proposition for you. Give me what you...
Who the hell are you? Remnants of Frieza's pitiful army?
Are you... Vegeta? What are you doing here? Oh, I get it. With the Frieza Force gone, you've become a galactic highwayman too. Sorry, but I got here first, and I ain't sharing with you.
You caught me in a bad mood. That will be your final mistake. Die! Believe it! Damn you! Utter waste of my time. Very cave-like. Well now, this should sell for quite a bit. Fortune's finally smiling upon me. Ooh, what is this power? Well now. Glad to see Earth has something of value on it. Glad to see Earth has something of value on it. Well now. This should sell for quite a bit. Well now. Hey! Are you ready to die? Gallic gun! Gallic gun! Out of my face! Can't believe it! Gallic gun! Worthless. Easy prey. You'd better give it your all. Gallic gun! Gallic gun! Gallic gun! Gallic gun! Gallic gun! Gallic gun! Worthless. Easy prey. Well now, this might be good. This'll do. This'll do. A late car? So this is where Kakarot and the others waste their time. Easy prey. Easy prey. That was well now. This one might provide a challenge. Are you ready to die?
Face!
got some meat on its bones. I got what you asked for. That better be all of it.
Now that I have this, the room's as good as ready. Wait here. All right, it's finished.
Kakarot trained under 100 times gravity. So I'll have to triple that and train under 300 times gravity.
Actually, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Assuming you weigh, say, about 175 or so pounds, that'd be approximately 18 tons of pressure.
That's only 3 times what Kakarot did. There's no way I can't handle it.
That Vegeta is unbelievable. Training under 300 times gravity? Is he trying to kill himself?
Damn it!
Vegeta? What are you doing?
Shut up, woman! Leave me be!
Oh, you don't want my help? Suit yourself.
Why? Why can't I reach his level? I am the Prince of the Saiyans!
Sheesh. There's just no getting through to you, is there? You're insane! Have you been at it this whole time? You're not going to make any progress if you keep this up. Why don't you just ask Goku what he does to turn into a Super Saiyan?
I'd die before I ask for that low-class loser's help!
Yeah, then why don't you try dying?
What did you say?
I've prepared a special training partner for you in the simulator. Think you can beat them?
Do you have any idea who you're talking to, you ridiculous woman?
You're Vegeta, the almighty Saiyan Prince, right? I guess that settles it then. Good luck! And one more thing. My name's Bulma, not woman. Think you can remember that? Do you know who you're talking to?
Damn that woman! This place. This is the wasteland where I first fought Kakarot. Which means... but how? I'm fighting myself? What the hell? A super elite like myself, wasting his time playing with scum like you. Damn that blasted woman! What the hell is her problem? You'll have to learn the hard way. Effort alone isn't enough to reach my goal. I will get stronger. I will go beyond Kakarot and this bastard version of myself. Show me more of your power. You haven't used it all up, have you? You're in for a treat. I haven't begun to tap into my power. to the unstoppable power of a super elite. Don't be ridiculous. The only super elite around here is me. If that's your life, you're more disappointing than I thought. You're about to see that there are no limits to my power! Gallic gun! How dare you! This is unforgivable! What's unforgivable is rotting away here, wasting my time on you! Believe it! I will surpass even myself. I will punish myself for lagging behind Kakarot.
Wow, I guess that wasn't enough of a challenge for you, huh?
You really know how to piss me off.
Oh, come on. I was just messing around with you.
More.
Huh?
You're right, it wasn't enough. You're going to make me a stronger opponent.
Don't you take that tone with me.
I'm going to get stronger and use that strength to crush those androids. You have a problem with that, Bulma?
Fine. You're a real pain, you know that? Wait. He just called me Bulma for the first time, didn't he?
Kakarot, I will surpass you. Just wait. You'll realize that I'm number one.
Hey, Chi-Chi! We're back!
Hi, Mom!
Man, we really worked up a sweat today.
Goku, do you have a second?
Sure, Chi-Chi, but can it wait? I'm starving.
Don't you? I'm starving me! I got a bone to pick with you! Why can't you act more like our neighbors and drive us to the store once in a while?
But Chi-Chi, we don't have a car. And even if we did, I couldn't drive it. I don't have a license.
You need to get a driver's license! You're the only one around here who still doesn't—
Piccolo doesn't have one.
What use would I have for that?
Then you need to go to driver's ed. Think of it as you're both obsessed with training, right? Then you can't say no.
What?
Why do I have to?
It's easy to find Bulma's place. Just look for the biggest house.
The next day.
Now then, shall we begin the driving lesson?
If this is how it's gonna be, then I'm all in. Listen up, Goku. Whether it's in battle or on the road, I'm not losing to you.
All right, I get you. This is a different type of training. It's on, Piccolo!
There's no need to view this as a competition.
Are you all right?
Remember, safety first, okay?
All right, let's do this.
This isn't putting safety first!
Woohoo! Man, this feels great. can go even faster. We should be able to make it, right? I bet this thing can go even faster.
Don't forget about safety!
Man, this feels great. Woohoo!
Don't forget about safety!
I bet this thing can go even faster.
No, 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 no!
Woohoo!
This isn't putting safety first!
Hey, not too bad. I bet this thing can go even faster. We should be able to make it, right? Man, this feels great.
No, 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 no!
Woohoo!
This isn't putting safety first!
I bet this thing can go even faster.
Don't forget about safety!
How was that?
Oh my!
All right! Looks like I'm the winner, Piccolo!
Oh, wow. Who are these guys?
One more time, Goku.
Wait! I said wait! A license isn't some prize for bragging rights. It's to ensure that you can drive safely and responsibly.
Like I care about that. I will not accept defeat from the...
I think I'm starting to get a hang of this whole driving thing, don't you?
With pleasure.
What?
It's on, Goku!
Oh yeah, Piccolo? Hey, Chi-Chi! We're back!
Goku, so how'd it go?
Handled it like a complete pro. I beat Piccolo no problem.
You what? I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that, but whatever. Did you get your license?
Oh, actually, there's probably something you should know. She told us she'd give us our licenses if we promised to never come back.
So...
Well, at least you got your license.
Yep.
Now we can buy a car and finally go on
Well, the thing is, they also said we'd have to pay for all the damages caused during the test. And I can't even guess how much that'd be.
What?
I'm not so good with money, so... I'll let you handle that. Thanks, Chi-Chi. Well, now that
Yeah!
Whoa, Chi-Chi! You all right?
I know it wasn't easy, but you finally got your license, Goku. I'm proud of you. Now all we need is a car.
A car? Do we even have money for that kind of purchase?
Well, not after paying back the city for all of the damages you caused when you were taking the test to get your driver's license. I'm counting on you to get us that car, Goku.
Oh, right. I see. Sorry about that. Hey, why don't I ask Bulma? She's a whiz with machines. Cars are machines.
Good idea. Bulma.
That's true. I guess I'll hit her up about it then.
You do that.
Oh, hey, Goku. What brings you here?
Well, it's not a big deal, but I was hoping you could help me with a little
Sure. What's up?
Not sure if you heard, but Chi-Chi made me get a driver's license, which is fine, but the thing is, now she wants a car. Got an extra one lying around in those tiny capsules?
Doesn't that beat all? Earth's champion, now a licensed driver. Sure, I can get you a car.
Seriously?
You don't strike me as a responsible driver. Any normal car would turn to scrap with you behind the wheel. Find me the stuff I need, and I'll hook you up with an extra sturdy set of wheels.
All right, then. So what do you think we need?
It's all on this list. Be sure to refer to it when you're out scavenging so you don't forget anything. Oh, and one more thing. Leave all matters of maintenance and upgrades to me.
Excellent! Thanks a lot, Bulma.
Don't mention it. After all, happy wife, happy life.
I'm home, Chi-Chi!
Wow!
After I round up a bunch of materials...
Really? That's wonderful! I'm sure it'll be good.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but then again, you never know till you try. All right. What should I do today?
Dad! Mom's calling for you!
Really? Okay. Hey, Piccolo, do you think you could take Gohan and train him for a while? At least until I can catch up.
Fine.
Goku? I just gotta...
Oh, yeah? Talk about a blast from the...
I'm not sure, but he said she wanted to talk to you.
But I've got training to...
Don't you dare be disrespectful to Master Roshi. Just head over there and hear them out.
Oh... Yeah, you're right. Guess I'll make my way over there.
Be careful.
Well, better get going, I guess. Try this! This! Lend me your... Try this! Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. I wonder what's going on with Master Roshi. Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. Hey! Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. Hey, you know what? Maybe you can train me while I'm visiting. But that's probably not gonna happen with launch there. What's this? What's this? Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. Might cause some trouble later. I'm pumped up and ready to go. Yeah! Rock, paper, scissors! Try this! Rock, paper, scissors! Scissors! Rock, paper, scissors! Scissors! No, you should train some more.
Yeah. I was watching some videos on how to do it. I just needed, I don't know, there's a lot to process. I need to rethink what I want to do. Because it wouldn't allow me to fully load in.
I wonder what's going on with Master Roshi.
Allow you to fully load in an island. You know what I mean? So like a full Battle Royale island. So I gotta figure something else out I want to do.
Yeah! I really want to get back to my training.
So I'm gonna start doing that in the morning when I play.
Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. I wonder what's going on with Master Roshi.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing it tomorrow, bro. I was watching a lot of videos on what I need to do. You know what I mean? Just trying to like get myself familiar with the program. And so I'm gonna dive into it tomorrow. It's gonna take me quite a long time to make it. It's not gonna be easy. It's gonna take me at least a couple days to make it. I'm gonna make some type of game mode, bro, where You race to get 30 kills, and then
I can see myself getting lost in a city this huge. Woo!
The key part of the mode is going to be the meteor hit in whatever map I make. I just don't know if I want to make my own map, if I want to make, like, just do Tilted Towers POI, like a Greasy Grove POI. You know what I mean? It depends. I haven't figured out what I want to do yet.
It's easy to find Bulma's place.
Sucks
Just
I
look for
can't
the biggest
load in
house.
The full Battle Royale. Though it is still beta, maybe they will add that in the future. So I just need to work on, like, creating the cool-ass cinematic of the
wonder what's
asteroid
going on with
coming
Master
down and
Roshi.
blowing up. You know what I mean? So if I can figure that cool-ass cinematic out of the asteroid coming down, that'd be dope. But yo, did you check the Stanley Cup in the background, bro? That's been sitting up on my fireplace. I just had the
This
idea
place
to
isn't as big as West City,
slap
but it's
it up
still
there.
pretty big.
It was
I
on.
really
It
wanna
was
get
on the
back to my
news, bro.
training.
I was on the news with that live. Little piece of hockey history right there, bro.
Found some tasty looking food. We got a keeper. I wonder what's going on with Master Roshi.
Yajirobe, bro.
Yo!
Hey! Hey!
Yeah!
All right, bro. Peace out. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night, Leon, or good day for you.
All right.
Peace out, bro.
Well, get a load of that. This one looks pretty tasty. All right. Take this! Well, get a load of that. This one looks pretty tasty. All right. Yeah! Well, get a load of that. This one looks pretty tasty. Huh? See ya!
You piece. Hey!
What's that? Well, now. Well, now.
Yajirobe hasn't changed a bit.
Yeah!
Is he taking a cat nap? Is he taking a cat nap? Is he taking a cat nap? Well, better get going, I guess. All right, not too much longer now. I wonder how Master Roshi and everyone are doing. Look at the shine on this thing. I bet it's delicious. We got a keeper. Look at the shine on this thing. I bet it's delicious. Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. I bet this thing tastes amazing. Just look pumped up and ready to go. Whoa! Right there! Done already? All right. Woo! Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. All right. We got a keeper. Yeah. Found some tasty
nasty-looking food. Yeah! All right. Yeah! Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now. All right.
Ah, there you are, Goku. Would you mind listening to what Launch has to say?
Launch! It's been a while. Someone forget about you? What's up?
What's up? I'll tell you what's up. Tien, all Three Eyes is back in the Promised Land.
Yeah. Something wrong?
Being that he cheated death and all, I thought a visit was in order.
Then why don't you just go?
I did, but he wasn't home. I've been by time and time again with no luck. Apparently the oaf's out traveling the world, training. Hasn't been back since. I ain't got the foggiest idea where he could be.
That makes two of us. I don't know either.
Ah, don't give me that. You can fly. Find him for me. Come on, I'm begging ya.
What? You can sense energy, you dolt. Zeroing in on him should be a piece of cake.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Sorry to blank out on you there, Master Roshi. Let's see now. Tien. All right, got him. Hey, he's near my house.
What? You found him already?
Yep, if that's all, I'll be on my merry...
You idiot! I'm not ready yet. I wasn't expecting you to find him so fast. Seeing him requires, you know, preparation. Why don't you try to keep him busy till I'm done? Got it? I'll be quick.
Sheesh. You try to be nice to people.
So we're having a sale. No. Bruh.
This place is huge! Just like where Bulma lives. This thing's giving off a lot of energy.
Feel free to browse. Come back real soon. Feel free to browse. Go back real soon.
Found some tasty looking food. We got a keeper. I can tell this thing's got lots of energy. Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now.
Goku, a rare pleasure.
So, someone asked me to find you, and let's just say she really, really, really wants to see you.
That's so. I'm actually done training here. But it looks like I'll be on the move again soon.
Seriously? That's a bummer. Can't you wait a little longer?
Well, perhaps we can strike a deal. How's this sound? Let me test the results of my training. On you.
Is that all? Shoot, I'd do that for free.
It's been far too long since we went toe-to-toe. Here I come! Now! Solar fire!
Not good.
Try this! Take this!
You never cease to amaze me.
Likewise, Tien. You've gotten a lot stronger.
Apparently not strong enough, but learning that is a milestone in itself. As promised, I'll wait for this mystery guest. Through my sparring with you, I discovered a few things I need to improve. I think I'll train here for a little while longer. Do you mind?
Go for it, Tien!
Thanks. By the way, who is it that wants to meet me?
Oh, crap! I left that part out. It's launch.
Oh. You have no idea how much that makes me want to get back to training. But a promise is a promise. Tell her she can find me here.
You bet!
Hey, I'm so glad you're back! Well, did you find Tien?
Sure did. Listen up. So just go to the place I told you about, and he'll be there waiting.
Ah, reunited at last. This has been a long time in the making. Thanks. Here, this is for you. I fixed some grub to take with me, but went a little overboard. You can have the leftovers.
Thanks. You know me, I'd never turn down food.
Hold on to your hat, Tien. I'm coming for you.
If I can push myself just a little bit more, I should be able to turn into a Super Saiyan.
I see you're hard at work as always, Vegeta.
What do you want?
I've made some slight modifications to the training room. Would you like to see what I came up with?
Oh? Go on then. Show me what you've done.
I knew you'd be interested. Come with me. She's a new researcher I've hired to help me work on the training room upgrade. Be nice to her, Vegeta.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Fine.
Allow me to explain the new feature to you.
Interesting. I might have to give this thing a try now.
We should have room for a few more upgrades, but we're a little short on power. If you find any large sources of energy, give them to my fellow researcher here, and she should be able to make the necessary improvements.
Got it.
How's your training going?
Mind your own business.
Well, don't overdo it, though I'm sure someone as tough as you will be just fine.
You've got that right.
That should put Bulma's mind at ease, then. Whoops, you didn't hear that from me.
Just you wait, Kakarot. It won't be long until you're struggling to keep up with me.
That took longer than I thought it would. I'd better hurry back to Piccolo and Gohan. Oh man, I bet everyone's stronger now that they've been training. Oh man, I bet everyone's stronger now that they've been training.
Hey,
Yeah! Oh man, I bet everyone's stronger now that they've been training. I have no idea what to expect.
Hi, Dad.
Hey, buddy!
Yeah, Mr. Piccolo's pretty strict.
I know. Glad to hear it.
You're late. What have you been doing?
Sorry. Ran into a few hitches, but I did manage to get in a good bit of training, though. I got to fight against Tien.
I figured as much. Luckily for us, we took the liberty of starting without you.
Sorry about that.
How's the training coming along, Goku? We've done so much to prepare. Guess we're about to find out whether our training is sufficient enough to handle these androids.
Right.
Three years had passed, and the fated day of May 12th had finally come.
All right, you three be careful out there. You sure you don't want to take some lunch?
No, we're good, Mom. Thanks.
Sorry, Chi-Chi. All right, we're off! It's probably nothing.
Hey, Goku, tell me the truth. These androids, do you think we have a chance against these guys?
I honestly can't tell you if we do. I won't know until we actually fight them. Gohan, take it easy, okay? Don't worry, we've got plenty of time. Don't use up all that power of yours before the fight even starts.
Oh, sorry. Miles southwest of South City. There it is. There's the island.
And so, the warriors gathered at the time and place that Trunks had mentioned. Bulma, who was eager to see the androids for herself, greeted them. But she wasn't alone. She had a baby boy in tow. That boy was a young Trunks, the child she had with Vegeta. All except Goku were surprised to see the child. However, the impending arrival of the androids quickly put everyone back on edge. Then, as Goku and the others stood ready, flames suddenly began to break out in the city.
What's going on?
An explosion in the city!
Is it the androids?
Could be, but there's no way to tell from here. Hey, what gives? I couldn't sense their power at all.
That's it! They're androids, which means we can't sense their energy.
You're kidding, right?
Where could they be?
If we can't sniff them out, then we're just gonna have to hunt them down.
All right, guys, split up. If you spot them, let the rest of us know. Got it? Gohan, you go help the people who were caught up in that explosion, okay?
Okay.
The androids attack.
Let's go!
Jeez. Where could those things possibly be? I'm starting to think I should have had Trunks show me a picture of them or something. I never imagined we wouldn't be able to track their energy. Talk about a pain. Tianxianhan!
Sorry, but I haven't found the androids.
Same here. There's gotta be some place we haven't thought to look. Krillin! Not so good, Goku. No androids over here. Gotcha. If you find one of them, let us know, okay? If it's me you're after, then show your faces already! Maybe one of the other guys found them. Where are you? Come on, show yourself! Anything, Piccolo?
Nothing at all. There's no trace of them anywhere.
All right, be on your guard. Whoa, I just felt a huge drop in someone's energy. It's Yamcha? Yamcha! Krillin! Yamcha's still alive! I left some sensu beans behind. Get him out of here and give him one, will ya? Right, I'm on it.
So, you're the androids.
Odd. How did you figure out that we were androids? And it would seem you also knew that we'd be right here. Why is that?
You want us to talk? Then you're gonna have to try and make us.
Very well.
Wait, not here. Let's move somewhere else. Somewhere with no people. You're okay with that, right?
Somewhere with no people? Fine. We will allow you to choose the place of your death, Goku.
How do you know Goku's name?
We know all of you. You are Piccolo. And you are Tien, yes?
We can talk about this later. Let's go! Wait a minute. How did they know our names?
Not surprised the androids know about Goku. He's the one who took down the Red Ribbon Army, after all.
But they know about all of us as well.
Yeah! Yamcha. All right!
That's far enough, Goku. This ends now. We will fight right here. You have lost your right to choose the location.
So, before we fight, tell us how. Tell us how do you know who we are?
Very well. I will tell you. Goku, I have been observing you for quite some time now, using an ultra-small spy robot of mine. During the World Tournament, during your fights with Piccolo and Vegeta, I continued my research long after you destroyed the Red Ribbon Army, so that I could someday witness your defeat.
Revenge against me, huh?
Yes. Because of you, the Red Ribbon Army could never realize its dream of world domination. Only Dr. Gero remained.
You're talking almost as if you're Dr. Gero himself.
Don't be ridiculous. I am a creation of his. I am Android 20. Dr. Gero is no longer among the living.
All right, then. Did you happen to observe my fight on planet Namek? Huh?
There was no need to waste the time. We were able to effortlessly ascertain your power after your fight with Vegeta.
You're in for some real trouble, because guess what? You missed the best part!
What?
Whether you know it or not, you just dug your own grave. You don't know about Super Saiyans.
I see. Impressive, but no cause for concern. Android 19 here should be more than enough to defeat you.
Oh, yeah? Well then, what do you say? Let's see what he's got, huh? I can't breathe! I need to finish this fight fast, or I might be in real trouble. Try this! This! Here goes!
Why would Goku be trying to rush the fight? He's already nearing his full power. He's in a lot of pain by the looks of him.
He absorbed the attack?
Goku! Don't fire any energy attacks! They can absorb them with their hands!
Absorb the attacks. Give me a break.
What's going on? Goku doesn't look so good.
Wait. It can't be. It's the heart virus the kid from the future mentioned.
What? You mean he hasn't taken the medicine yet?
I don't believe it. He seemed perfectly fine when he was training alongside me and Gohan. Damn. Of all the times for Goku to get sick, why did it have to be now?
Man, I'm not doing so hot. What's going on?
If anyone's going to defeat Kakarot, it's going to be me, not some junk puppets like you.
Vegeta!
I felt an incredible energy over there earlier, but it's pretty weak now. Maybe Maybe the fight's over.
Gohan!
Krillin! Yamcha! What's going on?
One of the androids did me in, but Krillin here saved me with the sensu bean.
I've got more sensu beans here. We need to meet up with the others and fast. Over there!
Dad?
Goku!
The heart virus that the kid from the future mentioned. That's likely what he's struggling with.
No!
Somebody needs to get him out of here. Give him that heart medicine right away. I'll take him. I hate to admit it, but I'm probably not going to be much help here anymore. Looks like you've got to deal with me now.
Android 20, please allow me to exterminate Vegeta!
Very well. Then I will take care of the remaining 4.
You two don't look as tough as everyone had said you would be.
We already know the full extent of your fighting prowess.
Oh, you need more than calculations to understand us Saiyans. So tell me, are androids capable of experiencing fear?
Vegeta's a Super Saiyan?
I've yearned for nothing more than greater power and trained the hardest I've ever trained. Eventually, I came to realize the limitations of my power. Overwhelmed with anger and frustration, I finally awakened and became a Super Saiyan!
That might be impressive to some. A paltry power increase does not make you a match for us androids.
That cocky sneer will soon be turned into sheer terror. Now that I've become a Super Saiyan, no one can best me. Well, let's do this!
Your efforts are futile!
Believe it! Gun! You walking scrap piles don't feel pain, right? That must be nice. Just as I thought. You're nothing. Believe
Your efforts are futile! Your energy is mine!
Gallic gun! What's wrong? Did you make a miscalculation somewhere?
Energy is mine!
Ha! capable of fear after all! Take this! Have a taste of Super Vegeta's Big Bang Attack! I've used up a lot of my power. If you want to take me down, now's your chance. Come at me.
Your power may have exceeded my initial calculations, but it's still not enough to defeat us androids.
You're not going anywhere!
I'm going too. I want to see the end of the androids with my own eyes.
Yeah, count me in too.
Me too.
Fine. But don't get pulled into the fight. He's more than you guys can handle. He's trying to lose us among the rocks. If you find him, let everyone else know, okay?
Amplified Android Terror.
That android is a whole lot craftier than I thought he would be. There's been no word from Gohan and the others. I'd better go ask them, just in case.